What's up, everybody? This is NFL Network's Adam Ray.
This is Olin Crooch.
This is Matt Waldman.
This is Chris Zork from your Chicago Bears.
I'm Deanne Miller.
Dan Weaver.
Hey, my name's Roshan Johnson.
I'm Courtney Cronin.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. Listen to me. You want to learn football? Listen to my guys, Phil and Shane.
Shane and Phil. Shane and Phil. Oh, Phil.
On the Tape Never Lies Network.
On the Tape Never Lies Network.
Tape Never Lies Network.
The Tape Never Lies Network.
Tape Never Lies Network, home of the greatest Chicago Bears fans on earth.
The following show is for mature audiences only.
I mean, there was people that are like, "Oh, wait."
Here's a question: so, do you think we would have gotten more?
No, I do not. I think we would have gotten less.
Right now?
That's a good question. I agree with Shane. I think they would have definitely gotten less.
And I started thinking about the Bears did talk with Houston about dropping back to number 2, and they talked, and Ryan Poles said he couldn't tell if they were actually really concerned about getting to number 1. So then he kind of shifted his focus elsewhere. And when you think about that, if they weren't really focused on getting to number 1, that kind of tells me that they're not really focused on getting Bryce Young. So maybe the entire time this points to John McClain being actually right. And they're saying to themselves, why the fuck am I going to go to number 1? People that he's talked to that they are still not sold on Justin Fields. I'm like, they have so many question marks about Justin Fields. They traded the fucking first round pick, Hub. I mean, you might want to change that hoop earring,
like
dumbass.
Buying a Lamborghini.
Yeah.
And then
But then he completely throws Cole Kmet under the fucking bus. And said, according to my source, it could be Cole Kmet who said that. It could be. Well, if you have a source, you don't deal in coulds or potentials or anything like that. No,
this is on Twitter.
No, it was on Hub's podcast today.
Oh my God!
I think they've already got off to a great start. So they've set the table with 2 phenomenal linebackers in Tremaine Edmonds and TJ. What's his name? Edwards.
Yep.
And offensive guard from Tennessee they picked up.
Nate
Davis. I think every move they've made so far has been spot on. The one move last year that was made to get Chase Claypool doesn't look at this point to have panned out just yet. But that one I would say, hold on just a minute, because he was brought on during the season at a time when Justin Fields was really not hit his stride yet.
Right.
And so I think you give him now a chance to pair up like DJ Moore and the rest of that crew in the offseason. Now I think we're going in with a little different mindset. So you're now sitting at the number 9 spot. You've got that first round pick. You got 2 number 2s, correct? And you've got 2 number 3.
Pick of the 3rd round. Yeah.
First pick of the 3rd round, 2 4s.
Yeah.
No 6s, right? 2 5s.
No 6s. 2 5s and
all right.
No
so
6s.
To me, I'm thinking let the games begin and see who falls down.
Yeah.
And is the blue chip guy we want sitting there? If so, take him. If that guy's Paris Johnson as an offensive tackle, super. The guy I think that I fall in love with is the right tackle from Tennessee.
Darnell Wright.
I mean, that's
hot
you're
name.
locked. You've got a right tackle there now, like for the next 10 or 15 years. Like, no questions asked.
You're on.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Keeping it 100.
Chicago's trading up.
100.
Yes! What? Oh my God. Here it is! Or just reported.
The tape never lies.
100.
Other people drop off, but we still keep rocking.
You'll never know how good your football team's going to be until you play with maximum effort. Keeping it 100.
Open competition. Take over the North and never give it back.
Smartest man.
My Chicago Bears select Justin Fields, quarterback, Ohio State.
Guess who's back? The two dudes that kept it real. Dynamic duo that you love, the smartest man and Dr. Phil. Breaking down the film, never a problem, kick it straight. Most shows focus on stats, we focus on the tape. We keeping it 100, never running east to west. We coming with that truth, cause that's what our fans expect. Cut off the freaking anchor, forward to be free. But don't you worry, Shane's got the dumbest tweets. It ain't no secret, Phil and Shane got some haters. But now them out stuck like the two and now and laters. Debaters, frauds get kicked like Coach Tabor. Cuts had to be me, we added the barber moderator. Up and down, boys got you double checking. Sad sacks trolling like a fool drunk texting. Flexing on the truth cause you know they'll never change. Real, recognize real, that's what you get with Phil and Shane. Give me some fucking names. We do when we're breaking down the Bears. Fuck a play or a captain, all of the unchairs. The tape never lies. The truth, you see, we laugh, we analyze, so there's no babies like Maybelline. Straight to the truth with acumen and facts. We got a sad nerd, but he's not just giving nerd stats. Car crash, big impact like Trick Sack. Every Wednesday night you got the smartest man and Phil back. Now we know you're smiling like a fat kid with fun dip. We're back better than ever and we keeping it 100.
Keeping it 100, baby.
Keep it 100. Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Justin Fields gets outside the pocket, puts that ball perfectly where only Mooney can get it. 1
Keeping it 100.
2 feet.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Keeping it 100, baby.
Keeping it 100.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Keeping it 100, baby.
Keep it 100.
Keeping it 100.
Birds never lie. Yeah, exactly.
Yo! This is Claudio the Barber, and this is TTNL's Keeping It 100, the best Bears show on the planet, bar none. So the 2023 draft is in the books, and the Bears have 10 new Grizzly Bears. So I hope they're ready to work. We got a great show for you tonight. We got the one and only ESPN's Bears reporter, Courtney Cronin, fan favorite. And we got 7th round pick, first pick from Kennesaw State, Travis Bell will be on this show. So let's bring on the boys. Shane, the smartest man. Get off your phone. Dr. Phil.
I was finishing up the
texting the internet service provider.
It's all good. We got it. Last second, we get shit done, right?
I was finishing up the dishes at your house, Clyde. I didn't want you to take my phone away.
That's right. Well, maybe snatch that shit. How you guys feeling?
Good.
Recovering.
I know, long week.
Recovering from all of the coverage that we've put in, and
I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I'm
round of applause for you guys. I mean,
I don't think I'm completely caught up yet. It was funny, Phil. What time did we talk Saturday night, Phil? You're like, bro, I don't know what it is about my forehead. I'm like, do you have like a thing like right here? And he's like, bro, yes, I do.
Killing me.
Yeah, it was. I was fucking spent, man.
I passed out on the couch.
Whew, me too.
On Sunday and on Tuesday.
That's why it's the best network, Bears network on the planet.
I was told that since I was on air all week, I was going to be making a trip to the grocery store with the boss of the house. I had to attend that, so that was the extent of my Sunday. And beyond that, I didn't do too damn much. I took the fam out for lunch Sunday and got home, and Ela asked me, she's like, what are you gonna do? I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna go take a nap. And I did. It wasn't a long one, but Damn, did it feel good?
Yeah, I got a great nap, 2 naps in. I needed it, and been doing more shows and talking about the Bears, breaking it down. And listen, even being with my guy, shout out to Agnello and Sammy and Adam Rank from the Sick Podcast, our brothers over there. In truth, it's been tough. Again, it's weird because some fans just want sugar sweet analysis. They want everything to be, and
That's not how life is. That's not how life is.
Yeah,
Life's not all sugar.
I'm not gonna put my name to something I don't believe. And you troll ass pussies that continue to go to a level about whether it be Mac Jones, for example. Last I checked, Mac Jones' story hasn't finished. He's not Wilson in New York. So
yeah, the stuff on that, Phil, has has more to do with people that want like you to be wrong or me to be wrong or cars or anybody that's analyzing. It has nothing to do. They probably haven't watched Mac Jones throw 25 passes in the NFL, for the most part, and they just want them to be wrong because they remember DDP on draft night. Mac Jones, baby.
Listen, I've never hid from my analysis ever, and I never will, because you know what? I am so grateful for you amazing fans. Like, I'm so tired of the trolling negativity. It's just a shit show of people that think they know football. How much tape do you think I'm watching? It's like, it's unbelievable the amount of tape that Ivan and myself have had to go through. It's just watching to prepare for this draft and get to the point where you see Eric Kramer say, and you see me say,
Called it.
Darnell Wright, give in. And what is it? Like, I don't know. We're leading up to the draft, and I'm nervous as hell. Jalen Carter, we destroyed that. He wasn't even on the fucking Bears draft board. Does that coincide with the analysis that we brought at? I mean, I'm sorry, troll boys. It's like, that's what the tape said. And that's where you got to go. You can't just flip-flop. I've never once said Skoronski is a perfect prospect. I've never fucking once. In fact, I was so against it, I'm having anxiety that the Bears would fuck this up and take a guard. And it's like, you put this time, you put this energy, you put this effort into it, and you got people questioning. Everybody's going to make mistakes in analysis. We've never hidden from that. But the reality is, don't question the integrity at this network. That's just ridiculous. So if I don't like Gervon Dexter and I have my concerns about him, whether you agree or not, that's going to be uncovered when they go out on the field. But for my eyes, I will show you why. Instead of getting all panicky and stop being meatballs. Like, that's it. I didn't like the pick. I still don't like the pick. And I'll still stay there. And I will pray every day that I'm wrong. Because you know why? I cheer for the goddamn jersey. I don't care about the BS and all that shit. We're just never going to change here. And if I never try to mince words. I try to be clear because I know people take things and run with it. It's just like, when you do the film and break down, let me come watch your film. Let me see how you've broken this down. Because 90% of people are watching highlights on these motherfuckers. Highlights. That's not how you scout. That's not how you do it. And when you look at the tape and you see the truth, and we've shown the patrons, they have an understanding. When you can come up here and fucking do this, show me your show. Show Shane your show. Me and Shane debate back and forth because we have passion for this. This isn't an
Absolutely.
act. Tonight we're gonna debate. We're gonna get into a fight.
Never have
the old network.
Always organic. Everything on this fucking show is organic.
all the times that Phil and I talk on the phone or text. I don't think, still to this day, we've ever one time when we were going on air that night said, "So what's the plan for the show tonight?" Honestly. And I mean, a lot of people are shocked by that. I mean, we came from a place that a lot of stuff had to be written down and scripted and stuff, not for us, but for others.
Other people.
We've never done that. You know, if you're a patron, you get a pop-up show. I mean, we react. We want it to be raw emotion, BHL. That's why people love it so much. Bears game ends, Phil does his rant, and you look down and there's 2,500 people live in the chat. You can't even keep up with it. It's just going all the way down through.
Tries.
It's part of being a fan. None of it is scripted. None of it is one of the phrases that we use all the time now is surface level bullshit. That's not what we are. That's never what we'll be. It's raw emotion. I'm not down on Dexter as Phil is. It doesn't mean that I think that Phil's a dumbass. That's healthy debate. If you have a room full of people in consensus, then you draft Mitch Trubisky. That's what happens.
Yeah.
You force it.
And you're in a cult. It's another word for it.
Yeah.
I've been around football my whole life, and I only could speak from my heart. And I get that I'm not going to be, nor this network is going to be for everybody. If you want happy time, go to Romper Room Land and watch somebody else's breakdown where they're going to pull highlights, and that's where their clips are. For me, the passion and the pride and the ability to come on here and talk about anything. The first time tonight's guest in the 7th round, I looked at Shane during draft. Pull the fucking clip. I got nothing. I didn't study, and I would never pretend to know anything about Travis Bell.
Oh, I didn't know.
Didn't know. And that's really the truth. I mean, if you can't get to the point, and if you're starting a podcast, you're doing whatever, and you want to get into this, my words of advice for you. If you're starting out, you can't take it serious. You got to learn to be yourself.
Authentic.
You got to be authentic.
That's the word right there.
You got to be that. And then
people are going to like
get to a level where it's just flowing. Then, you got to surround yourself with good people. This network stands by this truth. And there's never a script. I don't even know what I was going to say tonight, but it just, before the show, I've brought a lot of people in to my circle. I meet a lot of people. We've met some amazing people. We've developed huge friendships and relationships. How many people could say they wore a Chris Zorich jersey as a kid, and now we talk about life for fucking 3 hours in an afternoon together? I don't know. I'm a lucky guy on some levels of that. How many people have gone through what Shane and Cars and myself have gone through and shared it live on their show? I mean, this is where we invite you as a part of the family. This weekend, I was so fucking emotionally touched because I was exhausted, and I've been dealing with a lot as a dad of teenage girls. Let's just keep that. And one of our patrons reached out to me and was like, I don't know if I could share his name because I don't know if he wants that limelight, but I just want you to know, at the moment where I was asking God, like, I'm exhausted, God. I am so tired. What am I going to do? I get a DM. I just want to send you something to feed your entire family today. It was like,
I got that same DM.
oh my God. And it was like, oh my God, that's what this shit is about. And it meant so much to me. I promised to share it. And that really, I took the family to Texas Roadhouse, and Devin loves the fucking bread there. I don't know if you've ever been there, Shane.
Oh, yeah.
That fucking sweet bread with the cinnamon butter they have.
Yeah.
I'm eating no carbs, so I'm sitting there drooling, looking at them, but waiting for my steak. But it was just, anyway, it just meant a lot. I felt like I had to rant like that because I just emotionally talk. So if there's any kind of DM in the chat or whatever, I don't see it. When the guys put it up, then I respond to it. So if I offended you, like remember that one guy, Shane? I was like, get him the fuck out. He meant something else. He wrote a fucking 3-page apology.
I was like, sorry, DDP.
And what did I say? I go, oh my God,
well,
I took it the wrong way.
You talked to me about it. I'm like, tell him go do a lap. So that's
I had to put some of Shane's humor on it. But yeah, that's what this show is. And you know, we get shit from other people. They don't want to invite us on their shows. They don't want to invite us on their shows. They want to come on our show. And that's what's special about Adam Rank. I'll keep it 100. Yeah. He is not. He is all about talking about TTNL on Total Access.
Fucking where's the shirt?
Where's the shirt on TV?
He wouldn't answer my question last night, though. Took that thing right down.
But there's some people that you just know are family, and they just do what's best. We're never all going to agree on anything. And I was telling Greg Braggs of CHGO, I'm like, you can't let these fans, these trolls, these people get under your skin.
I'm not smart.
You're never going to please everybody. You're just not. You're just never going to, no matter what you do, no matter how hard you work. It's going.
Angelo, do you remember Greg Braggs?
No.
I try to remember everyone. I went on a little confessional rant because I feel like Shane and myself have poured our heart and soul into this from, what was it, Shane? January, from the Super 16 Bowl show, the national championships. We just focused on college football, the draft, and free agency to get Bears fans the complete truth. No sugarcoating shit. And yeah, we take our shots at dumb surface level bullshit. But everybody's invited on the show. Anybody, you name them, they could come on the show and talk it out. Anyone. Who's the dude? I always, he gets under my skin. What's his name from Windy City? I always ask you his name. I never can remember.
Infante?
Thank you. Jacob Infante. Surface level analysis, flip flop. Come on the show. We could talk it out. Talk it out. Anybody. Schmitz. Robert Jingleheimer Schmitz. Bring him on the show. Let's talk it out. We brought Peter Bukowski on the show, Shane, and talked it out with him.
Yeah,
right?
Mr.
Exactly.
Jordan Love,
no
fan club number 1.
There's no one.
He's got no choice.
No one that we will say. I'm waiting. Cap is supposed to pick David Haw, who's been a thorn in Shane's side for years. And mine, I'll say. Mine too. He's just negative all the time.
Right.
Let's talk it out as we prepare for a new era in Chicago Bears football. That's what this should be about. That's what this should be about. It's almost like there's a healing process. But at the end of the day, everybody's watching this network, this show. Everybody. And that comes from the media and the players. They're watching and they're judging or stealing or taking ideas or want to come on or want a t-shirt. I got guys, why didn't I get a t-shirt? Like, you never asked. You never asked. But that's where you guys stand for the truth. Because it's you fans that love Shane Carr, whoever your favorite, Coach O, Ivan, Claudio, fucking even Jackal. We were put in a corner saying we couldn't do it. 3-hour show? Who's going to watch that? There's no commercial. The drops.
You got to do this every week? We do it every week, too? God damn it.
See you guys in September, he says.
It was really great.
That was fun, guys.
It was fun, man. See you next season.
See you guys in the fall. Like Phil, we get to tell him or we give him a couple weeks off?
It happened right here. Was it here or was it in the old studio? I think it was in the old studio.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely
bingo.
the old studio.
Bingo, Logan. He said bingo.
Oh, where's
I miss Alan? I miss Alan. I wrote Alan. I was like, we missed you on there.
I'd reply to this text, Phil, but I don't have fucking time, brother.
He's cooking. He's always cooking. He's always
never
making
picked
meals.
up the phone once.
Cheddar and mashed potatoes, and I'm just trying to get the lighting right so I can pop a picture of this shit.
When you call someone,
We love you, Alan.
and you go straight to voicemail, but it's immediately followed from a text.
Yeah.
Like Shane does that. Be like, I'm in a meeting, call you right back. I don't know how the fuck he types it so fast, unless it's already pre-done.
No, you hit, it'll pop up, and I just hit custom, and I'm boom,
You
boom, boom.
type it that quick.
Yeah, dude. Man of many talents.
You got a lot of talent.
Fast
with
at a
that
lot
type.
of things. Ask Hila.
Call you right back on the phone with my dad. He's like, real quick. I don't think I sometimes text right away, like if I'm in a meeting, but I usually try to pick up. But I'm a talker. So some of the things in text in your chats, I don't want to let anybody down. Went on a rant tonight because I'm tired of the trolls and the fucking Twitter GMs. Like, show me your analysis why. I'm standing in front of everyone. I could go right now and pull up the tape of Darnell Wright and show you why this network decided it was him at 9 before the draft. We got him at 10, though, because Ryan Poles was smart enough, Clay Harbor, to fucking trade down one spot, fully knowing I'm not going to lose Darnell. You want this lazy mug at 3 tech? Fine. I can't lose Darnell.
There's lots
I'll take a fourth.
There's lots of rumors out there now. I mean, PFF Brad was on breaking down the draft, talking to people about the Bears draft, and he said that he's been told that the Jalen Carter story is not over yet.
Ronetta. No. What's up, girl? The Jalen Carter. I mean, how many hours? If Ivan or we had somebody that had time to just clip the Jalen Carter segments from January 28th all the way to now, it's never, ever fucking changed. Not taking them. Can't do it. It's the wrong
not even
message. Red
it's
flags.
not even.
He's lazy on the field. He's loafing here. He makes one dynamic
Besides the
play.
off-field stuff, yeah.
I was yelling at Claudio. I told him to shut the fuck up on the draft when he said,
I don't watch the tape like you guys. What do you want me to do?
It's like, come on. The dumbest thing in the world would have been to take Jalen Carter.
But a lot of people in the media were also saying it too, though.
Because the media doesn't watch.
I understand. That's the point. That's
They
what I'm
just
trying to say.
hear a name from Mel Kiper.
Yep.
I think Todd
That was my
McShay is
They're not
doing all
watching
this
the
work.
tape. Yep.
Todd says he's watching. I'm watching a lot of tape. You listen to Todd, and it's no offense to Courtney's network, but Todd's like in the middle. If you listen to them, which I have, yeah, I'm talking to a lot of people around the league. Why the fuck are you talking to people? Who cares what they're saying? What do you think, Todd?
Yeah, you could talk to every GM in the NFL.
They're all different.
Willing to bet that
Telling Todd McShay the
94% of them are lying to you.
Exactly. Yeah. Come on. It's like
poker. You're not going to tell somebody.
Jalen Carter went to the absolute best spot for him to be successful.
100%.
If he fails, I want to see all of you who said, oh, Jalen, the Bears are so fucking dumb, da-da-da. I want to see all of you apologize. That's what I want to see. Because if a guy doesn't love the game of football and a guy doesn't play hard but is given every God-given talent in the world, guess what? When he gets paid, he ain't going to play hard. Unless his peers, which in Chicago, he doesn't have anybody. He doesn't have a Khalil Mack and a Robert Quinn. He's got Justin Jones, Dominique Robinson, and so on and so. So you avoided putting a negative energy in your locker room. And he went to the best place for him to be successful. And that's it. Speaking of being successful, going to the best place. This woman was once wearing purple in Minnesota.
Nobody's perfect, Phil.
I know. It hurts to see it because we did not produce the new intro for her. But she's wearing navy, orange, and white now and coming at you live I think she's going to break all this down. How she's going to be used as the Chicago Bears now will be on ESPN 1000, the home of the
Bears.
Home of the Bears. And you see this woman on everything on ESPN. She's like our family, and then you see her up there, you're like, I know her. Look at her killing it. She's crushing it. Let's bring her
remember
out.
her when she was playing NBA Live 95 in her mom's basement. Right?
Yes. NBA Live 95. Let's bring her out. You know her from ESPN 1000. She's the Bears beat reporter for ESPN. Let's bring her out. Courtney Cronin.
With all the changes the Bears made this offseason, it also includes new beginnings for members of the media. Even though she covered the team in purple that continues to throw gobs of guaranteed money at Kirk Cousins.
No, God!
But more importantly, Chicago and Chicago Bears fans are excited to welcome her back home where she belongs. Yes, there are big shoes to fill, but she's just the one to fill them, and we couldn't be happier about it. Bears fans, TTNL fans, please stand up and brush off those welcome home mats and help us welcome the new Chicago Bears beat reporter for ESPN and ESPN Radio. She's Courtney Cronin.
Go Bears!
Hi.
Hi.
How are you guys?
Tired.
Yeah, we're recovering. Yeah, long draft week.
I know that feeling. And Shane, by the way, is NHL 94. It was on Sega. That was.
Oh, is that what it was?
Same realm. I just had to point it out in case we had any fans out there.
Sega. How do you say that?
Sega.
I always said Sega.
That's easier from the East Coast.
Yeah.
You always
I
have
say
a
it's Western, right? Sega.
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 I've never heard Sega. Sega. That's how it went, right?
Was there a commercial for it that I'm unaware
No,
of?
when you put your cartridge in,
Yeah,
it would go Sega. See?
Ours didn't sing. I think we probably got the knockoff version of it.
You weren't paying attention to that. How are you doing?
Good. It's been, I mean, I've got the playoffs going right now. It's wild that this is such a fast 2-month stretch where you go from the draft into NBA and NHL playoffs. And for me, it's the biggest, one of the busiest times of year, not in season, because there's so much going on before, I pick up a lot of my work in the summertime when, the main people at my network go on vacation. And for me, it's like, that's my grind time. So now it's a great time to get to, kick back a little bit, but it doesn't feel like there's much of a break because there's an NBA game on every single night, more or less, until the end of June. And it's just a lot. Like, we just got done with the draft, rookie mini camp this week. It's a lot all at once, but it's good.
Do they have you covering other sports, or you just focus on the Bears and the beat of that?
I mean, the beat's the main thing I do, but we barely talk about the Bears on Around the Horn. And so you gotta be, tuned in to everything else. And I mean, radio's the same way, but we were so NFL draft heavy the last couple of weeks. Now you kind of like take a step back from it and you can breathe a little bit of, just like have a little bit of decompression from it. Cause God, that was a long couple months. And then all of a sudden Aaron Rodgers ends up with the Jets during draft week. And then hours before the draft, Lamar agrees to his deal. We still haven't seen any sort of formal contract with the Ravens, but what a wild couple months of the offseason. And now to see how all the pieces have sorted out and where they've fallen it's nice. It's nice to kind of take a step back and see what the last 4 or 5 months have been like.
It is. It's so crazy. Phil and I were just talking about that. You put so much work and you're like, oh my God, we're still, a month and a half away from the draft. And you're like, it's never going to get here. And then it gets here. And then you're like, what? It's over. It's done.
Yeah.
And
it's almost like wedding planning.
Yeah.
I know you haven't had that happen for you yet, Courtney, but it's this, you're constantly the caterer, the cake, the suits, the wedding dress, obviously, say yes to the dress, all that. And then it's the event, the DJ, and then it's over. And it's like, holy cow, it just went by like that. For us, though, the draft, I was debating, I don't know where you feel like, can we move the draft up closer towards March, like right after free agency, then the draft, like in the end of March.
Mm-hmm.
And this long over analyzing and just craziness.
The NFL wants, though, man. They want that build up.
It's a year-round calendar, and now next Thursday we've got the schedule release. So there's something on the books every single week, more or less, outside of a couple weeks in the summer, and then all summer we spend debating divisions and who's going to finish first and what the quarterbacks are going to look like in the AFC South, because there's a whole bunch of new ones. Like it's never ending. I remember one year, I actually thought about this the other week, because the draft is for more, last couple of years, it's been the exact same time. I think 2020 Easter fell the weekend after the draft, I want to say. And it was earlier, the 23rd. In 2014, I was covering a Mississippi State player named Gabe Jackson, who's now an offensive line free agent. I think he was with Seattle last. He was getting drafted by the Raiders, and I was doing his draft. I was like covering his draft party to see if he was going to sneak into the end of the first round, and he didn't. And I looked back at the date. That was like May 10th. You guys remember that year? How
yes,
it was?
Shane was talking about that when I was complaining.
Yeah,
he's like, dude, don't you remember?
Why was it so late that year? Does anybody remember? Like
they pushed it just to try to see what was there. They did give a specific reasoning for it. I forget exactly what it was, but everybody lost their shit that year. Like Yeah,
it's halfway to June.
Yeah, exactly.
Because camps had already, with OTAs and everything, and then rookie camp, you barely had like any time before any of those guys could get acclimated when mandatory camp starts, because the same start time of when the preseason ends before you get to training camp was the same. That was bizarre to me. And I know that was a one-hit wonder, and thank God, because I think that it's a way to just get used to, for these players too. I mean, the Bears have rookie camp this weekend, and then, they're in phase 2 now of OTAs. It's a process, and I think you've really got to use your off-season time wisely, because if you don't, like, the season and training camp first sneaks up on you so quickly, and I know we all feel that. So I'm happy with where the schedule's at right now.
Courtney, how many hours of tape did you grind through this offseason of Travis Bell?
I'm so excited to hear what you guys think. I know we got him. I mean, and it's such a slog at the end of the draft. We waited all that time until the 7th round.
Yeah.
And it's like when you get these guys on Zoom, and especially these late picks in the 7th round, there's not a lot of information out there about them.
Yeah,
so anybody who says, "Oh yeah, I had him pegged as a 7th round,"
yeah, right.
Oh shit! You didn't know who he was until
I did.
Exactly.
But it was cool because I wasn't expecting that reaction from Ryan Poles on a 7th round.
No.
That could have been a priority free agent, where he says he's one of his favorite people, and telling us a story that he was going to some of these. He apparently had a full-time job. I'd love to know what that full-time job is.
We'll find out. We'll find out tonight. He's coming on right after you. Yeah,
I heard, and no, I'm excited to hear about that. He was I couldn't tell where he was. If he was watching the draft at Kennesaw State, it looked like it might have been a conference room. But he's like, I was watching it with my girlfriend, and I got the call from Ryan Poles, and he was crying, and he couldn't really hold it together. And when Poles told us that this is somebody who did kind of like the JUCO thing of you work a full-time job and you go to school and play football, you just don't see that ever at the Power 5 level. And I think there's an appreciation factor with guys, like a true one, with guys who come from backgrounds like that, where you really had to earn it. And I'm not at all saying anything about guys from the SEC, Big Ten, any of those conferences, but it's different when football is not the only thing you have to focus on. You're supporting yourself, you're going to school, and you're doing football as the extra. And I'm excited to hear about what his story is. Obviously, he's a 7th round pick. Guys, we've seen 7th round picks stick before. We'll see what kind of role they envision for him. He's the 3rd defensive tackle they took, but I'm really intrigued to get to know him, because usually you don't get sold like that by the general manager on not a top pick. And I think that's really intriguing.
He sent me his tape today, so I was able to cut some of it up for his intro that we produced for him. And watching his tape, you get excited about it. I won't spoil that, but there's traits there at a 3 technique that I see in regards to what they're seeing. And when you couple that with what he was saying, to your point, you got to be excited, especially that seems to be a pick directly from the GM. No, I'm taking this guy. I don't want to lose him. I don't want to try to finagle and fight with another team in a UDFA market. This guy's perfect for our locker room. So, I mean, when you're a rookie coming in and the story, listen, that's a leg up for your story as you get to camp. And we know how this football team has worked, like you said, with 7th round. I mean, late round picks anywhere have had a history. There's been more 7th round Hall of Famers than there has been other round Hall of Famers. If you look into that, it's crazy. 4th, 5th round don't have as many as the 7th round. So it is what it is. I want to talk about the opening, though. First, did you feel, because you have this past relationship with Kevin Warren, And as that clock struck 12 and the pumpkin of Ted collapsed, Ted Phillips gets pushed up, so whatever his position is now, and now Kevin's in the building. Could you feel that as this draft set its course opening night?
I don't know if you felt it, like if there was any sort of like moment where it became clear. We know that he started on April 17th, so like officially started, but
yeah,
he's been around. I mean, I sat down with him at owners meetings and he was still balancing Big Ten commissioner duties along with his role as the Bears team president. And it was a remarkable undertaking, but I think that speaks volumes to how he wanted to leave the Big Ten and like the state in which he wanted to leave it, where it wasn't, hey, I'm getting hired by the Bears, I'm leaving now. It was a natural transition period. And for him to start to form his staff of people that he's going to be bringing over with him to the Bears, that takes time. It's not a snap. I mean, of course, you have like your short list of candidates and people that you expect, to follow you from the Big Ten, maybe even some requests that will eventually get put in places like Minnesota. But I think he's been very methodical in how he's approached this. And we know the stadium project, I expect this summer we'll probably have an announcement on like when the actual groundbreaking will start. We know there's like some plans in place. The Chicago Tribune put a story out this afternoon about like stuff trending in that direction. It's, the one thing that struck me as it relates to like him being here and being part of things is the relationship with himself and Ryan Poles. Like he was a part of all of the draft, the draft meetings. And even when he wasn't in the building, he's still in constant communication, like daily with Ryan Poles and having that, bridging the gap between the business side and the football side. And I think it was Tyler Scott. I want to say it was one of the 5th round picks. I'm fairly certain it was him. They show the Bears draft room, and to Ryan Poles, to this side of him, so to his left is Kevin Warren. And I thought that was kind of cool. Like you don't typically see the team president get involved to the level where it's like,
he was on the phone at one point talking to some
he was talking to all of them.
He was talking to him, and I go, listen, I think Bears fans, you could speak on it. I know Chris Zorich spoke on it, but I just don't think they realize how good they got it with this guy as a communicator, a human being, and being able to relate where past presidents could never relate to a player, and to cross that bridge of Hollywood, business side, and player relationship side. I just felt his presence in this draft.
Was negotiating and what?
I look at what you like, all the things you said, Phil, just about all the things that he brings here. And when he was at owners meetings, Kevin's a very well-known person in the NFL circles, even though he hasn't been in the league now for 3 years.
Right.
That's not a long time, but like his resume speaks for itself, and his connections are one of the biggest reasons that the Bears will benefit, because not just because of getting the stadium built, but modernizing this franchise. And I think from the perspective of him being a part of what Ryan Poles is building, but also like not stepping on toes. Like he knows that Ryan Poles at the end of the day, that's his show to run. Like he's in charge, he's the general manager, he's the head person of football operations. And I think there's a mutual respect and an understanding. I talked to Kevin about this at owners meetings. Like, just where did Ryan Poles, like, how did he get on his radar? Like, because there's no natural tie. And of course, and Chris could probably tell you this just from, he was Kevin's first client. Like Kevin Warren was in Kansas City after law school, and I believe that's where his career first started out. So he had a natural tie to the Chiefs just because I think he had one or two clients from there, like early clients, Chris Zorich level, like day one sort of people. And he'd always had like a mutual respect for the organization. He was obviously a part of the Rams when they were in St. Louis. And so he always was aware. And so I think too, this is not like, oh, Ryan Poles popped out of nowhere. When you're as successful as someone like consider him like a C-suite executive. He is that level, even though like we don't have those people in the NFL. Like we have like front office executives, but think of like the head of a Fortune 500 company. That's how I consider someone like Kevin Warren, because of the impact and because of how many people like his network touches. And you know, when Ryan Poles is coming up in 2021, he interviewed with Carolina for the GM job that Scott Fitterer got. And it was right around that time that, you know, like Poles had been on radars, because typically the way this works in the NFL, it's not like you just pop out of nowhere. When you're coming through the ranks, especially in front office positions, there's the accelerator program. There's so many different ways that they try to get people exposure, especially minority candidates, that I think everybody knows each other, even if you haven't met somebody face to face. And that's what I gathered from Kevin Warren and Ryan Poles, just hearing from both of them about their initial interaction. And when Kevin got wind that Ryan was going to interview for the Minnesota job, same time he was interviewing for the Bears job, he reached out to him and said, like, anything you need, because Kevin had been there for so many years, which, they knew of each other, certainly. And of course, they've been very cordial. I'm sure, I don't know how many times they ran into each other over the years, but I know that there was he knew who he was. And obviously Kevin was a high-powered executive in his own right in the NFL at that time, and then into the Big Ten. So Kevin reached out to him before he made the decision to come down to Chicago and not take the Vikings job. And I know that was like, that relationship has been set in stone for a while. This isn't, hey, I started April 17th officially. We're starting off the ground.
That's big, actually.
I think they already had a feeling that this thing was going to work, because even before Kevin officially started, like the April 17th date, he was at the Combine, which I'm writing this feature on Ryan Poles for like the off season, and there's like little part of it that I can, kind of share. Like there were some pretty important meetings that were happening at the Combine, not just number one pick and changing hands. And I wrote about that, like how that whole process went down between Poles from the Bears side and from the Carolina side. But there's high-powered agents meeting with the teams. Everybody who's got free agents has their representatives. Everybody, those people are there. Like they're meeting with teams before the legal tampering period starts.
Yeah, it's the official start of free agency is the Combine. Yeah.
And so Kevin Warren was there for a day because Ryan Poles wanted him there in those meetings. That doesn't happen. Like I think about some of the other teams that I've covered and having the team president in the meetings with a general manager, when the general manager's talking shop and numbers and salary cap and all these things with agents to try to gauge, hey, we're willing to go this far for a player financially. Like you just never see a team president involved at that level. So that, to me, like that was where my antenna went up, because that's different. Like that's very different. You don't ever hear of that happen. So I checked around the league. I was like, am I crazy to think that this is kind of, a noteworthy item? And I was told, no. I mean, like it's a pretty rare thing to see. You don't see team presidents walking around Indianapolis at the Combine. You see general managers, you see coaches, and scouts, of course. But that was, I think, a telltale sign that, again, this is not something this is a very organic relationship. It wasn't a pairing that was formulated for them. I can tell they want to work together. And for the age difference between the two of them, I think one of them told me that, like, it's kind of like you feel like you've already known this person for a very long time. And it's kind of similar to how Ian Cunningham and Ryan Poles came together. And I mean, they hadn't worked together before they got to Chicago, and they have an incredible relationship. Ryan Poles has been very intentional in the people that he surrounds himself with. And of course, the Bears hired Kevin Warren. It's not like that was solely, a Ryan Poles yes or no box that was checked. But I think that he had a pretty considerable say, especially in the power structure, with how this now goes back to where he's reporting to Kevin. It's not to George anymore, like we talked about the last time I was on. And there just seems to be a breath of fresh air in how the relationships have been formed and how they function within what everybody's job title is and what people are responsible for. And I feel like it's a really good pairing. Now, we'll obviously be able to grade it and like judge it years down the line to see how this thing pans out. But from a fresh air perspective, this franchise, as you guys know, desperately needed it. And I think that Kevin Warren provided that a lot this year so far. And he's only officially been on duty for a couple weeks.
Those War Room videos, I've watched them a few different times, and when they made the first pick, you see Ryan Poles and Kevin Warren embrace, and it's not just a normal, hey, great job, and go. They stayed embraced for a little bit longer than normal, and to me that was very powerful.
Sure,
because it was Ryan Poles' first round pick. It was Kevin Warren's first really big transaction as Chicago Bears president, and I think, it's this whole new direction. And I just watched it over a couple of different times, and like I said, it was that moment meant a lot. You didn't see that with Ted. Everything just seemed to have so many layers of bullshit, and everything was fake with him. And Bears fans deserve it. It's just the whole different. The ship is not aimed at the iceberg anymore.
Yeah.
And I think that's a big deal.
I think like the one thing that especially this week, just with, and I know the White Sox won 2 games, and that's great. I think they're playing tonight. I don't know if they're winning right now, but like I've seen some Bears fans, and obviously I cover this. I see this from a different perspective. I don't have a dog in the fight one way or the other. I cover the team. You have to remain objective about it. And when people do things right, you write about that. And when people do things that are deemed wrong, you write about that too. But there are a lot of Bears fans, I think, who were upset. No defensive end, whatever. We can get some minutia of the draft and saying, well, the direction of this team, they haven't done anything yet. Like, there's nothing to be really excited about. There's definitely a lot of work to be done on this roster. But you have to like if you're a Chicago sports fan, I know we have people from all over on this live stream right now, but if you think about like what this city, like in the other teams in this city and how they present themselves publicly, like look at the bullshit that's been spewed by the White Sox and the tech conference that Jerry Reinsdorf was at, and how he was talking about streaming and just kind of how the callous nature of how that came across. Maybe I'm the only one who felt that way. I don't know. I mean, I'm not the one yelling, sell the team, but like there's just a level of competence that you feel when you hear Ryan Poles honestly assess the roster and say, yeah, there's going to be holes on it, and we have time to fix this. It's not going to get done in one off season. It's not going to get done in one fall swoop. Like that honesty. And then hiring a heavy hitter in Kevin Warren. This is not just some run of the mill candidate. This is somebody who's one of the most powerful voices in sports, period. Like,
so you know that the direction is going to be always going back to winning games, where it felt like in the past, we do it this way, and that's it. We're not going to take any chance. We're not going to trade up for LaDainian Tomlinson. We're not going to do this. We're not going to make waves. We're going to hire a safe guy. We're going to hire the good old boys network. Oh, Andy Reid says he's a good coach. Let's hire him. He's really great. Kevin Warren will cut that BS the hell out of there. I'm sure there's people at Hallis Hall right now, nervous as shit, that they're going to talk with him and he's going to, goodbye, we don't need you. It was nice meeting you, but we have to move in. And that's really what this mom and pop shop, that if you have the world by the balls, really, as the Chicago Bear, the charter franchise, and you've run it like you're the bodega down the street, that's the problem. All of a sudden, a guy comes in here and gets, as Shane says, if you got LeBron, whether you love LeBron or not, But if LeBron James is like, "What's up, big dog? Congratulations on the
yeah."
That's where he's at. I mean, Courtney and Kim Kardashian are probably looking for a vegan menu option at Soldier Field, and Kevin's going to have that for that. That's the reality of what this guy does, and that's really where we're at, and I'm excited about him.
And that's, I think, just for this city, like I was saying about, with the Reinsdorf ownership of the Bulls and the White Sox and like this constant cycle of purgatory. I feel bad for fans of both of those franchises. Like it's the same story every single year, just in a different version. And I don't believe they've taken, like, let's take the White Sox, for example. What risks have they taken?
Right.
Like Luis Robert is supposed to be an MVP candidate, and look at what's happening. Look at the friction within that team, and look at how that team's run. And it's the same idea. Like, and I know, Phil, like I've verbalized this, kind of like the same systemic issues that have happened with the Bears kept getting pushed through every single year, whether it was a different hire, but it felt like a safe hire. And I feel like there are several other sports teams here that kind of mirrored that old idea that the Bears used to have.
Absolutely.
Now the Bears are gone completely like wide left on this, like just a hard turn from what they were, like, deviating from the mean. And there's other teams now that have to look at themselves in this city and say, they can't just default to, well, the Bears have done it this way. They're the laughing stock of the NFL. They're, rooted in their own nonsense. Like, things are changing. And I know that sometimes change, especially when it's like changing of the roster, can be a really long process because of what they had to do when they first got here and how long that took. And 3 wins is not easy for a fan to sit through. But if you watch the process, if you're like really interested in how the process of a team gets taken from one place and shifted completely over to the other way, like to another area, like that's you can write a book about that. That's not just like something that happens overnight, and we're seeing it in real time, which frankly, you don't get to see these things happen all that often if they're done the right way. And I know it's early, but it's certainly, I can just appreciate the honesty element of it, because most times when you get GMs who sell you a bill of goods on one thing and then their actions reflect something different, like that's typically a sign of somebody changing course and maybe not being as committed to their original plan that they talked about as they talked about. So
the off season before you came down from Minnesota, that was exactly what we were living. It was the off-season presser with Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy and Ted Phillips and George, and you could tell they all met in a room before the presser, and that was the word of the day was collaboration. And it was so, they just kept on repeating it every time one of them talked. It's a collaborative effort, and it's just, I'm so glad we've turn the page on that. But let's not look back. Let's look forward. Let's look back a little bit at this draft, Courtney. I know Phil and I had a different outlook on, we kind of thought that they were going to go offensive line, and everybody's been out there banging the drum for Skoronski. I think you were high on him also. Phil and I breaking it down on tape. We had our questions. Both feel that he should be better. He would be better inside, and that's not breaking news. But Darnell Wright kind of came on late, and boy, it seems like Ryan Poles was locked on him for the past month or so, as his guy. So just speak on that a little bit. And do you think it was the right way to go?
Yeah, and I'll get to my Skoronski pick and like how our mock draft worked, because I know that I got a lot. Like, I've been the 5 years I've done this with the mock draft, because I didn't have one last year because the Bears didn't have a first round pick. I think I'm now 3 of 5. I would have been 4 of 5 had the Vikings had Frank Ragnow not gone to the Bengals before the Vikings had a chance to get him in 18. But I'll get to that in a minute. I think that it was really cool to hear from Poles about the workout and to really see how the scouting process worked, where this is something he's a 4-year starter at a multitude of different positions, where that was the case with everybody. Peter Skoronski started 33 games at left tackle, but he's somebody who has experience and can play several other positions. Darnell Wright, left tackle in 2021, right tackle 22 and 20, right guard, Paris Johnson Jr., right guard, and then he goes to left tackle, Broderick Jones, both. Like, there is so much to like, I think, about when you have players you can move around to find your best five, but there's also like the overthinking element too. Like Darnell Wright, play him at right tackle.
Yep.
Right.
Don't try to reinvent the wheel here. Same thing with Nate Davis. Like, it's very clear Nate Davis is their starting right guard, and that Teddy Bateman's or someone else is going to be playing left guard next year. And I think that if you don't overcomplicate it, you play players where they're most comfortable, and you don't, like, for an offensive line like this, it's the right step. Now, Skoronski, to me, when you're thinking they're taking an offensive lineman at 9, I didn't think, he's a left tackle. I really believe that. And I know the arms, since 32.25-inch arms may say different. He played left tackle in the Big Ten. I know everybody wants to talk about, well, the SEC this, the SEC that. It's still high level competition. And you wouldn't start 33 games at left tackle if you weren't any good. The upside of that is you can have somebody that can eventually transition to a left tackle, and it would end up leaving a void this year that maybe you would have addressed at some other point in the draft. Or you have a 10-year, you have a Quentin Nelson, you have a Joe Tooney, you have somebody who could be a 10-year Pro Bowler. Like, there's benefits to both. There were a lot of fans, I gathered, that would have been really upset had they drafted a perceived guard that high. But when I get it, it's valid, because I remember when the Vikings drafted Garrett Bradbury, their center, 18th, there were people up in arms saying that's way too high of a pick. Like, that shouldn't have. And I mean, he had the inside flexibility. I think he played right guard and center in college at NC State. Same thing with Joe Tooney before he was a tackle, and then he kicked inside to guard from NC
Stanford.
State with the no, he was NC State, right?
Tony?
Joe Tooney.
Oh yeah, maybe he is from NC State.
And I think there's a
Cardinal
lot
colors.
It's true. That's true. They are the exact same color, but,
they both have S's, Phil. Good job.
I see them both. I see them.
Joe Tooney's from NC State. He went to NC State.
Yes. Yep.
Courtney. How am I going to argue with Courtney?
No, I mean, I mess up names like all the time, so it's totally fine. It's a lot to keep in your brain, but. So that's the noise.
Yeah. Every time you turn it on.
I'm gonna have to go buy one now. So
I'm getting you that for Christmas next year. Forget it.
Can you plug it into like a 4K TV?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. You put it with the HDMI cable.
Okay, I know I sound like I've never used a TV before.
The TV is too high, though. Skoronski might not be able to reach it.
Anyways, on Darnell Wright, I like the pick. I had my questions about just like in kind of doing and Phil, you and I have talked about this. Like, I've had my questions just about the motor and about some of the things, like where would he fit best on this team? To me, this is a pick that you're very confident in giving Braxton Jones another year. And at the tackle, not moving him. I think that it's the safest route of least resistance for right now, because you're not taking a Skoronski where you might not know if he's going to play tackle or guard right away. You know that Darnell Wright's a right tackle, and you know that like blown block percentage. I think I had the number at 0.7% in the SEC.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's an insane number. And he's huge, and he fits every single trade. He ran a 5.01 second 40-yard dash at 333 pounds at the combine. Like, it's all like they draft based on traits, which I'm sure other teams do, but for them to they continue to reemphasize this and tell you about it at every turn, about the athleticism, the length, and they've really gotten bigger and leaner up front from where they were 2 years ago. I mean, that was his priority, for Ryan Poles' priority when he got here. It was the first thing he talked with us about at the combine last year, that they needed to get leaner and faster up front. So that's the strength training program. That's the weight training program. And that's going to be part of what I'm sure Darnell Wright, like, will figure out. I don't think he's going to be playing at 335 in the NFL. We'll see. But I like the pick because I think that for right now, it fills its best player available very clearly. Paris Johnson Jr. wasn't available. So we'll never know. Had he been there, would they have taken him? Would they have gone a different direction? Like, they're going to tell you that this was the top-rated tackle on their board because they can't say, oh, it's a second-rated tackle because Paris Johnson Jr. went, 6 or 3, wherever he went to Arizona. But for right now, it fills an immediate need and its best player available. Skoronski has more of the upside. Like, I really liked all of them. I think you could have made a case for. I just thought Skoronski, with the positional flexibility and, frankly, of the tackle prospects, he was probably the cleanest, just in terms of the college tape and what it may have foreshadowed, not just at tackle, but at guard at the next level. That's why I made that pick. But you really, honestly, if any of them were available, I don't think you could go wrong either way. And I mean, thank goodness for their sake that they didn't trade back beyond 10. Because think about the Jets and the situation they're in right now. They so badly wanted a Broderick Jones or anybody who was available to them at 15. And then, of course, the spiteful move from their divisional foe, New England, in sending that pick to Pittsburgh, that prevented them from getting their guys. So the Bears were in a really good spot to trade out of that pick because they weren't going to take Jalen Carter. And you can think of that what you want, but it was a smart pick. I would not have gone unless they had like completely no doubts. And if Carter's the character stuff and the off-field concerns weren't there, that would have probably been a no-brainer. But there was no other defensive prospect at that spot that I think would have been worth what it could mean for right now, but also project out for the future.
I disagree with you on Skoronski. I didn't see it at all on tape. I see a guard with great feet, but no tenacity. And Darnell Wright, I mean, my father, me and Eric Kramer watching him on tape, and he had 8 pancakes in pass pro alone. To get Eric Kramer's cracking up like, do fans realize this guy's 335 pounds making pancakes happen in pass pro? You see that in run game. That's how good this kid is. And when you shut down, Will Anderson was the best player in this draft. I will go to war with anybody on tape and show them, like, plays the run, plays the pass, had the most pressures, had so much dominance in this. And he goes against Darnell. It's like a heavyweight matchup. Like, that's what you want when you're scouting guys. How do they handle the biggest moments? Darnell Wright shut him down. Will Anderson said that was the best tackle I've ever played against. And listen, the Bears did the right thing. Everybody on this network mocked Darnell Wright to the Bears, and it was an exciting night for us because I feel like I'll agree with you 100% on this because you know how much I love you. You put him at right tackle. That's it. I know he could play left tackle, and he's way better than Braxton is because he ain't going to get bull rushed ever. He won't get bull rushed. He is Trent Williams-like. That's how athletic and big he is. Jason Peters, young Jason Peters, to be that big. And it's exciting for me to finally see, since Jimbo Covert, they haven't had anybody. But that was a mini rant. My question, though, is, were you in the room when the scout is talking about Roshan Johnson and what they said about him?
Yeah, that was John City. That was Saturday morning. So I lucked out. Like, remember they were supposed to be taking the first pick in the 4th
Yes.
round.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
I had to host a radio show till 11. And like
geez.
all of it, like it was like 10:30 and I see they're trading. And I'm like, great. Like, that's going to give me time to get, because I stayed up at my mom's from Glenview to Lake Forest in time. So I'm like there for the pick when they picked at 115. So they take Roshan Johnson, And I remember I was like, I know that. Like I knew the name because I was like, that's the Bijan backup. Like I'm surprised he didn't go before then, because such a rare commodity in today's college football climate where the transfer portal is free agency. And if you're not getting playing time, you jump in there, you make more money via NIL somewhere else, and you probably have a better opportunity. But like, to hear his area scout, John City, talk about what this guy means to him, just personally. And I know he's on the younger side. He said he's been doing this for about 5 or 6 years, and I can tell scouts take a lot of pride. If somebody gets drafted from your area and it's your evaluation, and then you get the opportunity, which Poles did again this year, I give him a lot of credit for that, to go talk about your guy that you sold to the team, like, draft this guy. And you could just hear the evaluation of him and how he was talking about, this is somebody I expect to be here for a very long time.
Franchise pillar. They even put in there. That was
franchise pillar. I'm like,
it could be speaking out of turn. It could be just real excitement from somebody, but clearly those thoughts are echoed in some level within the front office. And I think Tyler Scott could be the steal of this draft class, but because like Roshan Johnson was more of a known product, but he's still raw. They love the upside. This guy was a former dual threat quarterback.
Yeah, exactly.
A shit ton of injuries to their running back room. I think it was ahead of the 19 season. And he's like, I'll go over there. Like, I don't mind changing positions. So I think the buy-in element and the versatility element, the lack of tread, all of those things matter when you're trying to build a running back room that just is different. And I thought about this because I got asked a fantasy question the other day. Like, it was about Khalil Herbert. Like, will he have like over under 144 carries next year? And I toiled over this for a while because I'm like, well, if this thing pans out the way that they want it to, if Deontay Foreman stays healthy, if Roshan Johnson can be your change of pace back, he can be, he can be a lot of different things. Will they have a true number 1, 3 down back sort of guy? They might, but I don't know. I mean, I still think I put the over on that, just like in projecting this thing out, because Montgomery was somewhere like just over 200, like, and I think that Herbert was at like just over 150 last year. Herbert should be the lead rusher here, but the splits between those other two should look a lot more even than they do varied. And I think that Roshan Johnson and the change of direction, but also the yards after the contact.
Yes.
He's been asked to do a lot. And I mean, catching passes out of the backfield, but that's always something that you want with a running back. But the breaking tackles, how big this kid is. I'm excited to see what he actually looks like compared to the other running backs when we get to, first team at rookie camp and then beyond that. But it's the running through contact, the effort yards. Where's that going to show up the most? The red zone. So yes. I think they're very happy about that, and they should be, because they didn't have a 4th round pick last year. And that's typically day 3 when the non-Bijan Robinsons of the world are going. Like, that's where you get a really good running back and somebody. I mean, that's where they got. I mean, David Montgomery was not a 1st round pick. He was a 4th round pick.
Third round.
Yeah, Monty was the 3rd rounder. Yeah, they traded up for him.
Yeah, 3rd round, 73 overall, and this was 4th round, 115 overall. For them to find
exactly
there and not have to go. I mean, they got Khalil Herbert in the 6th round 2 years ago, and I thought that was a great pick at the time. I really like this because I think that the more competition you bring to that room and attempt to take some pressure off of the quarterback, because we know he's going to want to run in moments, but not 170 carries again, 170 rushes again for him.
Exactly.
It's a good start everything here is pointed towards them supporting Justin Fields, from Darnell Wright to Roshan Johnson, even dating back to DJ Moore. Like, you bring in somebody like Johnson, who is like known for being a tone setter in terms of pass protection. Like, you have to have somebody who wants to like do that role. And
exactly.
Think about what,
he takes pride in it.
Well,
pride.
Travis Homer's the same way. And he's kind of got he's slight in build. I remember asking him about when the Bears signed him as a free agent, not just the special team stuff he takes pride in, but the pass protection for him is something that has been his identity as a player. And you can tell the players who really take pride in that and don't view that as a role that is beneath them by any stretch.
One real quick other point. A friend of mine coaches at Iowa and is friends with the coach from Texas and the running back room. And he wanted to share this with me. I haven't even told Shane this. He's like, listen, Bijan Robinson, elite talent, amazing football player, amazing everything. Roshan behind him is like a pinch behind him. Mm-hmm. How good this kid is, and everybody knew it. But in that room, Roshan Johnson was the leader of them all.
Yeah,
he's the alpha, and what the Bears are getting is now awakening a beast. He's like, that's all I'm going to tell you is what the Bears are getting, a hibernating beast waking up, ready to eat, and that's really exciting for me. It's exciting.
And he's not when we were talking to him about his role after he was drafted, he's like, I don't view myself as a backup, and competitors don't.
Right.
But to have somebody who's okay with that, because it's very obvious. He started 5 games at running back. He played in 47 games over his career. He didn't have that many starts because that was Bijan Robinson's role. I think it's rare in today's climate of NIL, and where if I don't get my way here, and I'm just kind of paraphrasing, if I don't get my way here, I'm going to go somewhere else to make my dreams come true. Everybody's got a dream. All these kids do. And not right or wrong, but not everybody gets to be the number one. Not everybody gets to be the alpha. But how can you fill a role and still see the field early on and adapt to that? There's the example of Roshan Johnson. There's the Tyreek Stevenson example, the 3rd-round corner that they took, who wasn't happy at Georgia. And this is a national championship team in which the time that he transferred, and they're trending that way. I think it was 2020 when he went down to Miami. It was the COVID year. But he went from the slot where he wasn't, they play star at Georgia. It's the star. And they call it that more than they have a lot of different names for it in college. I know the Rams also call it the star, but that was more of a hybrid defensive back role, and he didn't want that. He wanted to be a boundary corner, and that's okay. You can have your dream and you can want to do that, but that wasn't the role they needed him for. And so for him to transition into learn to be proficient in the slot, and then when you get your opportunity to play outside corner, I think it treats you, you're able to appreciate it more. But also, I asked Ryan Poles about that on Friday night, and he told him, they talked about that moment on his top 30. He's like, don't ever forget that part of it, because you might come in here and you might not be starting. You might have to play special teams for a while. And I don't think he was foreshadowing anything here, just using an example. I think he'll probably end up contending for an outside spot unless you expect Kindle Vildor to, be that guy again this year. That was kind of an emergency thing. I thought he fared well, but you drafted this guy for a reason. There's a learning lesson in all of that, of knowing your role and knowing that's the culture. That's what they're trying to build here. It's not just getting a bunch of stars in, guys who played at high level programs, whether it's in the SEC, the ACC, whatever, and expecting it to work. They've found guys who are okay. Hey, you might not have the role that you want right away, but you have something as important on these different phases of the game. Will you be okay with that? And will that motivate you to be the best version of yourself? And I think that's a really important and often overlooked thing when you think about high draft picks and people who want to impact the game right away when it might not be your turn.
Courtney, when you go back to I want to wrap up this one part with the Jalen Carter stuff, because again, just going back to tape when Phil and I were breaking him down for our patrons, we even had questions on tape. Now I'm removing all of the character issues and all of that. I mean, yes, there was plays out there where he would look like an alien. You'd be like, holy shit. And then you'd see nothing for 8 plays, for 10 plays, maybe a quarter. But then when you bring the character into it, obviously it's a huge part. You don't know how these kids are going to be affected by, getting $20 million guaranteed and all of that. Obviously, it was, Ryan Poles took him, I don't want to say completely took him off the board, but wasn't interested in taking him at number 9 because he was available. How much is all of this character assessment of all of these guys coming into play? Like Darnell Wright, Javon Dexter, the kid from NC State, Pickens. How high do you think that is on the list?
South Carolina.
My bad.
In case somebody keeps fucking up.
It wasn't Stanford.
Stanford.
They did get a guy from Stanford, though.
They did.
Yeah.
The safety, Williamson.
One. How high on the list do you think this is for Ryan Poles? I mean, you can't just go to the next guy and have him, say he's going to be clean on tape, but yet there's issues with him. How high up the ladder is this for Ryan Poles moving forward?
Considerably. And I think that because I've had this conversation with people before, and I don't like waffling on picks. Like I said back weeks ago, and even I've maintained this. If they were able to discern he's not going to be a liability in the NFL, we have the infrastructure for him. We are not we know that there's an incident in which 2 people died where he was involved. His level of involvement, he pled guilty to the misdemeanor, the community service, all of that. If there was nothing, and I don't want to at all minimize that, but if there was nothing more where they felt comfortable, hey, people deserving second chances, whatever it is, then I would say a talent like that, it's a can't miss prospect. Ryan Poles doesn't have the same leash, more or less, that someone like a John Schneider or a Howie Roseman had, where using Howie as an example, guy's been to 2 Super Bowls since 2017. There's it's not just his track record, it's the infrastructure that's in place there. You have a veteran defensive line. I mean, Brandon Graham and Fletcher Cox are my age, and they're going to be nearing the end of their careers soon. This is not bringing him into a situation where you look at the Bears defensive line and say, who's the leader here?
Exactly.
Who is the alpha in the room? Who's going to be the Robert Quinn, because the Robert Quinn's not there anymore? Whether they felt there were more concerns about his character or not, they clearly didn't see it as a fit in the locker room from a cultural standpoint. How do we insulate this guy to make sure that there's not going to be anything that could affect his potential? So there's that element of it. And frankly, I did not like his answer when he was talking with Philly media about the pro day. I thought I was in shape. I guess I wasn't. And I'm paraphrasing there, but that's more or less, I thought, a slap in the face to anybody that was down there and watched him loaf his way through the bag drills. And just, that was all stressful too. That was 2 weeks.
It was awful.
After the combine. And that was a really poor display where this is the one thing that you have to focus on. And I know that's got to be a stressful situation when you just cost himself millions of dollars with that decision. And of course, all the news that came out, and knowing that every top 30 you go on, every time you talk to a team, that night is going to be brought up, and all the other stuff that they may think, well, does this mean that there's something, bigger in your background that we're going to find out? That's a lot of pressure on somebody, but he did not respond to the pressure at all very well. So Philly can take a flyer on a guy like that at a top 10 pick and get away with it if it doesn't work out, because they've been to 2 Super Bowls. Again, the wins and the stuff that speaks for itself on your resume as a general manager. Ryan Poles may have that in the future. He doesn't have it yet. So that was too much of a boom or bust prospect, given what they learned and what they felt about the room that they would be bringing him into, as to why they didn't take a Jalen Carter. But it's not just the character with him. I really do believe with what they're building and trying to build here, they've been so intentional about the culture element. And I know that sometimes it's you hear that word, it just kind of goes in one ear and out the other. Culture. What does it actually mean? They like, I think you've got to give them a lot of credit for not knee-jerk reaction to signing free agents that were out of their price range and them offering McGlinchey north of 17 million and him signing in Denver for 17 and a half. Like, they've been very like, okay, this is our final offer. This is where we're not willing to go above this. And it could be above financially. It could be making exceptions to somebody just to get like a fit in there. They've remained pretty steadfast about what they want to do. Now, there's a level of patience that comes with that I don't think everybody abides by. But if you want to sustain something, you can't take shortcuts with it. And I think from the perspective of bringing players in who, God, this guy looks really good, and we know that when he's at his best, he could be a Pro Bowl talent, that's great. But if you have doubts about the investment that you're making from a franchise perspective and a financial one too, it's just not a risk that you're going to be willing to take when you are in the state of your career like Ryan Poles is right now.
You got two questions here. The steal of the draft you've kind of alluded to for you is Tyler Scott. So talk about him real quick and then answer this question. Will we see a veteran defensive end brought in here?
We better.
I think the Tyler Scott pick to me is a course correct on Velus Jones because they wanted speed on the outside last year. Velus ran like a sub 4.340. They're very attracted by that. But unlike the Velus Jones, you have a raw prospect at receiver. You have somebody who is the vertical post route threat for you, giving Justin Fields that guy, which I think a lot of people thought that could have been Chase Claypool, the vertical deep threat early on last year. And it very well could end up being that, but like, this is your speed guy.
Yep.
This is your deep threat. And like a Roshan Johnson, you're taking a flyer on a guy who hasn't played that much, but you believe that you're coaching here with Tyke Tolbert and getting him into his room, and giving Justin Fields a lot of different types of receivers. I remember looking at the roster last year, and outside of St. Brown, I'm like, wow, they got a bunch of slot receivers. Who's going to be playing the X? Who's going to be playing all these other roles?
Yeah, right.
We actually have defined roles, at least on paper right now, which is much more than they could have said about themselves last year. So I think Tyler Scott as a 5th-round pick, the speed, it's there, it's getting there. Like, I can see it in watching his college film, the route running. This is not like, I think that some guys who have sometimes think, well, it's like, you can play track as a football player and not factoring in the precision it takes, like running routes, the ability to catch the football. That's obviously a very important one. But this was a pick. I view it as something, well, we swung on a 3rd-round receiver last year because we were attracted by the speed. This is the way of getting that pick right and potentially putting Velus on notice because the numbers aren't going to line up. So
right.
We'll see in terms of the roles too. I mean, because he was a very good punt gunner for Cincinnati. So of course, special teams, if you're a day 3 pick, you're playing special teams too. So how do you find your way on the roster? That's one way. So I think he's the pick of this draft class for the Bears. And there are options out there. I thought that there were a couple. The guy that Minnesota signed, one of the edge rushers that was an undrafted free agent.
Andre Carter.
Yeah, his name escapes me. That sounds right. But I remember being like, wow, that was the guy that there were a couple different teams I'd heard, trying to get him. This is Poles once again pointing to his thing, saying, I told you guys that the roster was not going to be complete this year. There were still going to be holes. There's too big of a hole at defensive end just to be like, no, we're going to roll with what we have. But there is Leonard Floyd. There is Yannick Ngakoue. And, of course, the Carl Lawson's conjecture, like, will he get released by the Jets? I actually don't think he will at this point because financially I think they can make it work. But there's post-June 1 cuts. There's guys that you can pick up that won't be elite talent, but like they're probably better than what you have. Like factoring in what they had, where Travis Gibson led all defensive ends on this team with 3 sacks last year, the bar is pretty low.
Right.
Aiming high, I think, would be a Leonard Floyd, bringing him back here, putting him in a different defense than the last time he was here, letting him come off the edge and be the veteran voice in that room. I think that would be a smart move, and they can afford it. Now, there's Frank Clark out there as well. I know that people have asked, like, what about Robert Quinn? I don't think so. Like, I don't know if I see it, like, in them bringing him back. But to answer your question, yes, I do think that they will do something in the coming weeks, leading into veteran mini camp, certainly before training camp.
Could they make a trade with some of these picks that they acquired for next year?
You want them to trade a first-round pick for Chase Young?
No, not a first. I'm saying like they acquired fourth.
It would take a first-round pick probably to get Chase Young.
I wouldn't do that.
And I think that the injury stuff is somewhat of a concern.
I would give a third-round pick for Chase Young. I would never give a first-round pick.
I wouldn't either. I mean, I think that it's going to take more, because they would have moved him by now after not picking up the fifth-year option, had people been clamoring to go get him. Yeah. So maybe the price is going to come down. Maybe it won't.
Maybe it comes.
I don't know that would be their best option, because I think that'll be really expensive. And you want that extra set. You have to hold on to that extra first-round pick in the event that quarterback doesn't work out this year. You cannot go. That to me would be a knee-jerk reaction to your need right now, and they're not going to do that.
People get so agitated when I say that, what you just said. And this is another showcase of Ryan Poles' credit to a young GM.
Yeah.
You have to cover your ass at the most important position in all of sports, quarterback. If Justin fails, no one on this panel believes it.
But if it does, you just don't know.
You don't know. So now you go out there, you built this team, and you're building weapons, and he goes out there and he just doesn't do it. Now you have an opportunity here to get probably one of the best quarterbacks I've scouted in the last 10, 15 years in Caleb Williams. And I know that's high praise now, but he's got so many things you like in regards to this position. So you got 2 picks. You played it right. Carolina could suck this year. That could be the number 2 pick. 1 pick, you don't know. And the Bears, we'll see what they do. So great point there by you, and I think fans can't get nervous. No one's saying, if you're sitting there saying, no, he's going to do it, it's just wishful thinking and putting positivity in the air, and I agree with that. But I think the GM deserves a lot of credit for making the point of making sure we get that number 1 next year in this trade. And that, to me, he deserves a lot of credit for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no doubt that he won't be giving that up anytime. You have to see how the quarterback progresses this season. It would be undoing everything he did to get that pick, to go trade for Chase Young when they're not going to be contending this year. Like, don't kid yourself about it. Like,
exactly.
Going from 3 wins to 7 to 8 wins would be like monumental improvement for this team. And then you can contend potentially in 2024.
She's Courtney Cronin. She's been here. I totally love this woman on our beat because she asks the tough questions, the appropriate ones, and she always supports us here at TTNL. I always say there's people out there that are snobs, that are afraid to come in here with Shane and Phil for whatever reason. I think we're nice. I don't know.
I concur with that.
But I can't wait for the schedule to come out, because then we set up our next TTNL party next year.
That's right. That's right.
Well, tailgate with you.
Be back in Glen Ellen again?
No, because they've sold the house.
They
told me you bought it.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. Million laying around, and I know.
You got a room full of books back there. Those Larison books.
I'm obsessed with that book. Where we did like the big toast. Like their living room is like my design dream. one
Exactly.
day when I can
It was
have
like a murder mystery area, right?
the house is like just immaculate. Like, and they were such generous hosts and having all of us in there and just so gracious. Like that neighborhood, like is so beautiful. Like I remember going out there, I was like, wow, this is really nice.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun. We already have the place, and it's going to be downtown Chicago.
Okay, so
you
it'll be
don't have
closer to me.
It'll be very close to you, and we're going to have
I'll
a lot
definitely
of fun.
be there this year. No family
Shane
drama.
will make it this year.
Told everybody. Yeah, doesn't matter what happens.
But I got to get you back on the show sooner rather than later, because your eyes and your truth. I think some people come on here and you don't. You're not afraid to spit the truth, whether we agree, me and you, or disagree. And I rarely disagree with you, except on Skoronsky.
And then we can take that one as a grave. I am perfectly happy with that. And that's the thing, like last point on Darnell Wright, as we do with every draft pick, like we judge these guys based on who was drafted before you. If you had the opportunity to get them, which in the Bears case, they did have the opportunity to get Jalen Carter. We'll see if he has no issue whatsoever. If Philly just projected this thing completely right, and he's a model citizen, and there's no off the field stuff, and then he goes and has double-digit sack numbers, whatever. Like then the Bears, like we're gonna hindsight the hell out of that. We're also gonna hindsight the hell out of who was drafted right after them, and right after. And of course, that's where Skoronsky comes into play, and to potentially look at this kid and say it was in your backyard who you have scouted the hell out of, and say too short of arms, like we're passing on you if that was the chief concern. And then he goes and has an incredible career, whether it's with Tennessee or somewhere else. Like, again, we're going to hindsight 2020 it. We always do.
Will text. I'll be breaking your chops.
It'll be 5 years from now. Darnell Wright could be great, but if Peter Skoronsky is wonderful, I am blowing up your phone.
We're going to play Sega.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk about it while we're playing live. We'll stream it live.
I'm all for it.
3-4 years from now. And again, me and Shane did an exercise. What draft did we look back, Shane? It was like 2018 draft or 13?
No, 13, yeah.
And you should have seen the play. You're like, oh my God. Like, I was a big Chance Warmack fan, and I thought he was going to be, and he was just a good guy. Yeah. He was just good, but he never reached where I thought he would.
Sure.
So I've been wrong.
It's not an exact science.
It isn't.
Keep your eye on my Shepherd quarterback, Courtney, this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Tyson Badgett. I was banging the table for him to be the last pick of the draft for him.
Mm-hmm.
I've been wanting the Bears to. I always think it's important. They haven't done it since 14.
I think
bring a guy in
a quarterback at some point. And
I couldn't believe they didn't.
I mean, he's got a lot of traits that I like. I think he's going to be. He'll probably go out there and fall flat on his face now that I'm saying this. But
he's reporting live. Shane,
I think he's gonna. I think people are gonna see him at minicamp, and I think he's gonna open up some eyes. He's got some skill.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a big fan, Tyson Badgett.
I will report back on that. I agree with you though. I've always been team draft a quarterback once a year. You can't really go wrong with it. Like getting these guys as priority free agents, that's one thing, but to have the flexibility if the guy ends up becoming Brock Purdy for you, like it really can't hurt.
Exactly. That was the one criticism I had of this draft. Shane and I, every mock, we made sure we took Stetson Bennett every mock.
Well, you wouldn't have gotten him in
You wouldn't have gotten him. I said to Shane, I would have taken him early, third or fourth.
No,
and he shook his head laughing. I go, I believe in this. And listen, they believed in him in LA. I'm going to be interested. That guy's such a arrogant prick that he's going to get himself in a position. I love that. And I thought he'd be perfect behind Justin, kind of pushing him and just try to be the best player every day. I thought he's
going to be running Stetson Chevrolet by 2027.
All right. We'll come back and play Sega on him too. I can't wait to see where he goes. But listen, you're so gracious with your time. The sky's the limit for you. You're going to be what part? I did tease it, so you're going to be
Yeah, we're
pregame.
doing a podcast now. Pat the designer is hosting it, so it's a 5-day-a-week podcast. I'm on, like, it'll change, like, kind of based on, like, what I think Yurko did yesterday because he had some scheduling things. So, like, I didn't do my normal day. I'm doing Tuesdays and Thursdays mostly going forward, but I'm doing tomorrow. So it's been fun. Pat's great. Brings a ton of energy to the show. He's a Bears fan, so there's that authenticity with it too. But
Yurko, big Jervon Dexter fan. Talking to Pat.
We talked about it. I didn't talk with him about it because that was round 2. But I know I heard something on the podcast about that. So no, I mean, there's a lot of different voices on it. Jason McKee's on it, our sideline reporter for the actual broadcast, and of course Lance Briggs. So I can't wait to ask him about holding out in 2007. I remember I went down to training camp. 16, I'm like, where's Lance Briggs? Now
He's opening a restaurant.
Ask him about that. My colleague.
Ask him
Is
what
the
color,
restaurant's still open. That's
if you really if you really want to get him going, ask him what color the Lambo was that he was driving that day.
On Avenue Bridge. I don't know. He wasn't there. He just magically walked away.
I never was driving. I don't know anything about. He had a Tesla Lamborghini.
Tesla Lambo.
It drove itself. Listen, you're the best. Thank you for coming on. Maybe in a couple weeks before you go on vacation. How about that?
Sure. You just let me know.
On. Okay. We'll talk and schedule that up. Whatever fits for you, even if it's a different night than Wednesday.
For sure. We'll do something.
All right.
We'll play
Sonic. All right. Thank you guys. Take care.
We'll play Sonic.
That was a great game.
It was.
That really was. Hours on that thing. Hours. All those.
Friday night in the future once you buy me a Sega system.
We're gonna get it for you.
Send it over. Compliments to TTNL.
TTNL
We'll get it there.
Sega is coming to you. All right, Courtney.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Thanks.
All the best. Courtney Cronin, ESPN 1000 Bears beat reporter. Ivan's awake. He's muted.
I've been awake the whole time.
No, I know. I'm just joking. There's the guy's been sleeping.
I'm awake. No, I'm good. I'm here.
Courtney is
awesome.
great. I mean, that flew.
I gotta say, the best thing one of the best things I've done on this show is get
Claudio.
Yep.
Yeah.
Claudio was what do you call that? The middle person.
The Wrangler.
The Wrangler?
Yeah.
Pivot.
Customer mind.
The pivot man.
The pivot
man. Yeah.
Pivot man.
If anybody remember Mike, he'll be back on.
Mike Anatui.
Anatui. Used to work with her. He's a customer of mine, and he made the connection, and we got her on, and she is definitely top tier.
She's TTNL family.
Yeah, she's top tier for sure.
We had a lot of laughs at the TTNL party that she was talking about there. I think we're going to invite 10 or 15 patrons, Shane, according to Yoko, that will get special invite that night into the building. We got a DJ. We got some crazy ideas. Cherie is going to get one of those. What is that fog machine? Not the cold ice machine that shoots
dry
smoke.
ice.
Dry ice. We're going to have special intros for everybody at TTNL. Even cars. Even cars. Oh, I love you, cars. Anyway, that was a lot of stuff to take in. Obviously, talking about the president, Kevin Warren, who really made his presence felt for me and Shane over that. I think that was something big that Bears fans really should embrace. And I felt like Courtney really thoroughly broke that down and just how important, from mom and pop shop to the big time. And I think Ted Phillips was a dead weight, an anchor to the success of the Chicago Bears, just in allowing, fans to interact with player. There was always this snobbish, this is how we do it. And I think Kevin's going to Kevin's gonna deviate from that street and change this up, and that's where we were. But I totally don't agree with Skoronski. Shane, we just never saw it on tape. We broke it down with everybody, and it was like, what tape are we seeing?
It was one of those ones, Phil, like Darnell Wright, you can flip on the tape, and within 3 or 4 minutes, you're laughing.
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
Like, holy shit.
Yeah.
He just derailed.
Hearing my dad and Eric laugh together was probably top 5 moment for me on this network.
That's when you know you're good, when you make people laugh because of how good you are.
When Coach Otoshin was almost in tears, Claudia laughed like, look at this guy. Are you kidding me? Like he's going like, right, Ivan? Me and you.
That's awesome. Oh my God.
He's so excited. He's like,
you shit in your hat and get the hell
off. So I know Darnell Wright is your day one starter. I mean, you got something special there. Obviously, a lot of people are getting antsy with my belief. I don't know on Dexter. It's just old. There's too many loafs. Now, I know the read and react system, but when you are in a read and react system, you have to still deliver the blow. And me and Ivan are watching, and it's just not there. And we don't watch highlights. So I'm going to put together at least 16 minutes of tape cut from all of these games. And I'm struggling to find these. I mean, when I watched our next guest tape, I mean, you see him deliver and fire out. Well, Phil, he's running a different defense. I get it. God has given Javon Dexter 6'6", 315 pounds, freak of an athlete. All I'm saying is on tape, I don't see a dominator. I don't see a mean son of a bitch that's going to get to the quarterback. I see a guy getting by his size and his freakish ability in short area. He can't run and chase down.
Not who.
What's his feet? His feet look, I don't even know how to describe. I forget almost like a giraffe's foot. When he runs, you watch, and I'll point it out. It's better to show you, but his back heels hit the ground before his toes. So he runs a certain way in giving chase that makes it look even more. So I hope I'm wrong, that this is just a system thing holding him back, and that's it. But as Eric Kramer and my dad had said, because obviously there was Darnell versus Dexter tape this past Sunday or Monday. Right.
Well, and
Monday.
I think, Phil, one of the things that you have to put out there too, and I'm not trying to defend the pick or anything like that, but he is still very early in his football process. This is a kid that was given D1 offers to Virginia and Syracuse for basketball. That was his focus. And I don't know if you saw that come out today. Speaking of basketball with DeJuan Jones. That was one of the things that he.
Did you send him the link? Is he?
Yeah, he's. I just talked to Alex, and he's got everything. We're just waiting for a response.
Okay, I just want to give you an update that the production, the people have given the link and everything. So we're just waiting for him now on this. I'm just going to send him the link as well in the.
Yeah. But Dexter was a basketball guy, big time recruit in basketball. Like I said, got scholarships to Syracuse and Virginia, and that was kind of his focus. He really, his senior year in high school, I think 18 or 18 and a half sacks. And I think that there's still a lot of rawness in there. And he definitely has a lot of things to work on. And Phil, who was it that I was talking to you about yesterday? It was the guy from Our Lads. I forget the guy's name. No, it wasn't Shanka. It wasn't Dan, but it was a guy that works for Our Lads that was talking about how Ryan Poles was instrumental in bringing Chris Jones a draft pick in Kansas City in round 2, because Phil was like, no, he was a first rounder, and he was actually not a first rounder. He was a second rounder, but they're, very similar body types, and I don't think anybody at that time would have called Chris Jones. It's, you look at 3 techs, you see a 3 tech or any guy on the interior. He's not Tank Johnson either. He's not Tommy Harris. He's a completely different body type. I mean, when you're talking 6'6", 310 pounds, or what is he, up to 315 maybe? It's a completely different body type.
There's 310 at the combine. He had run a 4.88 at that size with a 1.81 split. I want to see a split a little lower.
So and
31-inch vert.
It's got to stay lower. But those athletic numbers show you explosive traits. That the tape does not show you that. That is the thing that is concerning, and can also give you hope at the same time.
Well, let me ask you guys, son. So in the years you guys have been breaking down tape, right, going into the drafts, have there been guys that you've seen that you didn't like on tape, but then when they got to the Bears, they turned it around?
It's a great question.
You're talking about specifically the Bears or just anybody?
Well, anybody, but I mean, obviously, guys. I mean, obviously, you focus more on guys that went to the Bears.
The biggest thing with me is
college and NFL obviously are very different. So
the Bears, when Phil and I really got into doing this, we were looking at guys that fit, the under tackle role. I know that's what Rod Marinelli calls it. That's 3 technique. Bears call it under tackle. Your classic guy is a Warren Sapp. Is more of a squat. I don't want to say small, but he's not long and lean like Jervon Dexter. Totally different, but I still think a big part of this is getting more football plays. You know what I mean? And he's going from the 2 gap to the 1 gap, where he's just going to be told to go. Yerk talked about it a little bit today. He goes, when you play in a 2 gap, he goes, I don't give a fuck what anybody says. When you're 2 gapping, it makes you less aggressive as a player. He's like, I fucking hated it. When I was in high school, we played in a 1 gap go. When I was in college, it was 1 gap go. And he goes, when I got to Miami in the NFL, my first year, we played 2 gap. And he said it made me a completely different player. You want to, when you're built with that aggressive mentality to go, it fucks with your brain. And Phil, you can speak on this, better than I can. He's just so young in his football journey here. Like I said, he's 21 years old, just started playing football as a junior in high school, and didn't even himself said he didn't even start taking it even semi-serious until he was a senior in high school.
Yeah,
so
he starts his junior year. He's already a freak of nature. We all know that kid in high school that was so tremendous, that didn't give a shit or didn't work at it, but God gave him everything. I think everybody in the chat or has met someone like that, and he lives off of his size.
Creighton, I thanks for letting me know. Yes, I understand that. But to me, you can be known for your explosive effort or your explosive get off. That's fine. Lack of effort to me is a major red flag. Even more so.
I look at Dexter and I see lack of effort that I'm going to point out. And I
But
see
how much does
late.
What does that tell you, Phil? What does that tell you?
You know, there's a lot of people saying, well, the Florida coaching staff, him, who I didn't meet, they liked Dexter. You told me this a while ago, and I had that Mike Glennon feeling in my stomach because I just don't see it on tape. And read and react defense. If you're playing 2-gap, you still have to get off the ball and deliver the ball.
Absolutely.
You can't be the last person off the ball every time. It's over and over and over. And he wins with his size. He doesn't hustle. And they're going to have to change this guy. Now,
and
to answer Claudio's question, I don't remember anybody that I looked at on tape that all of a sudden they went into the end and I was like, nah. And then they went off the top of my head. I can't think of anybody, to be perfectly honest. I've never felt like I got to keep it 100 with people. I mean, I got to be authentic.
I would have to sit down and think about it. It's a great question for sure.
It is
because like you said, effort, obviously, you get to the NFL and these guys, something might just click. And then obviously they have to show more effort because obviously Poles and them saw something and saw stuff in his tape.
Well, every coach does believe. I mean, a good coach that they can motivate him. Yeah, they can motivate him. They can change. Yeah, exactly. So I mean, it all depends. Like if you're able to do that, it's a boom. But I agree with some of the guys in the chat. It's very boom or bust in my opinion at this point.
I would have.
Phil said, he is last off the line in a lot of his snaps, and a lot of his snaps, you're just looking for him to do something a little more, and he just slows down at a certain point. It's just something that you don't want to see, especially if you're going to draft them.
If you notice, if you go back to the phone call on the,
I have not heard it yet. Somebody pull that?
He was,
I got it right here. Actually, I have it up. Hold on.
Nah, I want to see it.
Yeah, I can put it up audio, but okay. But I thought that it was nobody's been talking about it, but I thought it was a big part. He goes, Ryan Pohl, you ready to go? Hey, we're going to take you off the board right here, make you a Bear. And Dexter was I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. Let's go. Let's do this. I want to go right now. And then Eberflus got on and, still all of the excitement. And he goes, just want you to get your track shoes ready.
Really?
I think I think that was, I'm not going to shit on you on the night of your life.
Right.
When you show up for minicamp, you're not in Florida anymore, Toto. This is a whole different fucking ball game. This is going to be your job, Javon. And your number one thing is when you're out there, you're going. Get your track shoes ready. This is where the culture that they are preaching, the locker room that they're trying to build, comes into play 110%.
And I think that answers Ben's question a little bit because it's not about coaching the effort. It's the culture will bring out that effort or you're done. I mean, that's pretty much it.
You should be. I mean, just think like my journey I could share just getting to the college level, 1AA football. And you're the man in high school. You get there, everybody's the man. And then you're in practice and everyone's competing. You better fucking wake up and compete. So to Ivan's point, imagine that's just my experience on the college level. Imagine getting to the NFL. Now you're getting to the NFL. There's a certain way and expectation that the culture of the Chicago Bears is going now. So Dexter gets there, and if he's not fucking working on the levels of everybody else, then what are you gonna do? You're embodied. You're almost the culture of your peers sets the tone of how the expectation should be when you have a good culture.
Hello?
It's the truth.
This call is being recorded. How you doing?
Being recorded.
Good. This is Ryan Paul from the Bears. How you doing? How you doing?
Sick of waiting?
Sir?
Are you sick of waiting? Are you sick of waiting?
Yeah, I'm sick of waiting, man.
All right, well, we'll put your
I'm
name.
ready.
You're going to be Chicago Bear, all right?
Let's go. Yes, sir.
Let's go. All right, here's
Yes,
Coach
sir. Let's
Peterson.
do it. I'm ready, man.
Hey,
Let's do
Javon.
it.
Javon.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is
Sir?
Coach Flute. How you doing, man?
How you doing?
Listen to Flus.
How you
It's
doing?
real
Man,
low.
I'm so excited to get you, buddy.
I'm ready, man. I promise I'm ready.
No, I know. I know you will be. That's right. You just got to get your track shoes on, brother. All right?
There it is.
Oh, there it is.
Man.
Gotta fucking hustle.
We can't
I
wait.
appreciate it.
We can't wait till you get up here. I know you're ready to go to work. You got to win a world championship, and God bless you, man. Just stay focused.
Yes, sir.
World
Get ready to
He
championship.
said that to everybody. I love it.
I
He said
love
that to
it.
everybody.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So listen.
And I should have let that. I can load that back up though. The position coach there at the end told him. He goes, "I know you're excited, man, but now you're gonna get here. And now it's time to go to work." So I think this is a concerted effort. I think they see a kid with flaws and warts, but I also think that they see a kid, a piece of clay. Listen,
Well, I
these
think
guys,
he got humbled too because he's dropping in the draft.
Phil, he was a 5-star recruit, the number one defensive line recruit over Jalen Carter.
Really? Oh, so he was
that
just one of the
early,
first
early
round.
in the recruiting process.
Wow.
Never playing football or being very limited in playing football.
This
I
is
think,
a great.
Yeah,
Peyton.
that is a great one.
I loved Roshan Gary coming out of Michigan. In fact, I wanted him, but many questioned his work ethic. Was he too smart? I don't know if you ever saw the Amazon Michigan behind this. I forget what they called it. They call it something on Amazon. I forget the
loser of big games, I think it was called. Oh, sorry, HL.
No, but it's like Hard Knocks during the season. Michigan had that with Roshan Gary. He's getting homesick. This is his mom. They go into the whole story, how smart he is. And, I thought he was a tremendous pass rusher. Now he's with the fucking Packers. So end of that. But that's a good one. That's a good, but I never questioned Gary's hustle ever. When I look at Dexter, and again, if you're a patron, you're definitely going to want to tune into the show on Saturday.
Well, Phil, you preach it here more than anybody.
Mm-hmm.
You're a reflection of your head coach.
Yeah.
100%.
Tons of issues in Florida. And I know it sounds like I'm trying to pacify the fans on Gervon Dexter. If you go back to the beginning of day 2, nobody was talking about Gervon Dexter. TTNL did. Cars and Ryan Cox can tell you I called my shot Friday morning.
You were on the show with Herb Howard.
Right.
Is that available on our network? Yes. You can go watch that. It's the Friday afternoon. You guys were talking about it. I just, for the record, I would have taken at that position, Thule from USC. I feel like I'm going to be having envy watching his career versus Dexter's career.
Here we go. I'll let this play through. This is just the very end of him wrapping up with Kevin Warren, and then he talks to the position coach, and then Alan Williams, I believe.
Thank you.
Oh yeah,
Thank you.
Congratulations, man. No,
Thank you.
Hey, this is off of what you've done. I think you know what you're gonna do. You're gonna get here, and we talk about that hustle. And I know you're welcome, man. Hey, thank you, man. Now come here, get ready to work. All right.
Get ready to work.
We're excited for
He
you.
said something. If you rewind it back, he said something. You're gonna hustle.
You're gonna hustle. Yes.
Yeah.
We're excited for us.
That's a fucking key
I know you're welcome,
moment.
Man. Hey, thank you, man. Now come here, get ready to work. All right.
Right here.
Thank you, man. Now come here, get ready to work. All right.
Yes, sir.
We're excited for you. Excited for us.
No, go back. It's
Get here, and we
before.
talk about what you've done. I think you know what
Here.
you're gonna get here, and we talk about that hustle.
There it is.
You're gonna get here, and we talk about that hustle.
We're going to talk about hustle. That hustle.
Yeah. Get here, and we talk about that hustle.
But that's
I know you're welcome, man.
That's
Coaching
it right there.
Coaching can pull that.
You know?
Yes, sir.
We're excited for you, excited for us.
I'm excited, Coach.
No one talks about this guy, Alan
We're ready
Williams.
for you to get to work and
We've been talking about him bad for a little
like
bit.
We're supposed to inside out. Okay, man. Let me
That's
back.
what I'm saying. I have no idea about Alan
You're
Williams.
welcome. You're welcome.
I should have asked Courtney what she thought.
Yes, sir.
All right, now go do something, babe. Let's go. He's going to be the guy that we are going to be watching constantly, hoping that this football player takes that step to the next level. Trying to get a hold of Travis Bell. For those of you wondering in the chat, we're wondering too. I'm
trying to get a response.
Alex Acevedo was on it. I have DM'd him on Instagram the link. But I hope he jumps on the show and we can talk to him about his story. If not, we course correct and move it to another night. You never know. Some things always happen.
Yeah, I mean, I don't listen. They're heading to Chicago for rookie minicamp this weekend. Maybe a flight got pushed up or something. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt for sure. But where is this is something, Phil, too, talking about him in certain situations. I can see it where they push him outside in a certain, it's not going to be something that you're using every single down, but just to give some different looks. I think he provides that versatility, just like a different look.
Yeah, with his frame, 6'6", 315, and some of those things you talked about being long and having length. They talk about that a lot, and they didn't do anything at the position, as we know, until undrafted free agents came about. So Dexter, to me, yeah, he could play there, but again, is he going to tap into that coming out of high school ability? Again,
yeah, Logan, nobody's saying to move there permanently. That's not what
he could play. He could play the 5 technique
100%.
And set the edge for the Bears. There's no doubt about it. This guy isn't just.
We're not talking about the Sanborn replacement and the
this guy isn't
drafted from Oregon.
I don't know. You can't be a 3 technique and stand straight up and be late. You just can't. So they're gonna have to coach on, get him in the chutes, get him low, and get him.
Do you think he's gonna be the 3 tech?
I don't know. Honestly, I think they could put him there.
I think he's
gonna play some reps there, no doubt,
100%.
But obviously think Pickens
if him and Pickens are in there, Pickens is going to be your 3 tech, and you're putting him at the nose.
You're right. I think they want.
How old is he? 21.
20.
Just a young kid.
Young, yeah.
I mean, they value their linemen, and they want them to have that versatility where they can play multiple spots on both sides of the ball, offense and defense. So I would imagine Pickens, if he's the more polished player, to be starting there first, and then they work Dexter in. Like Shane said, he's going to get reps. Maybe those reps increase if he gets better. But for right now, I would say Pickens.
Well,
at 3,
I agree. Pickens is more what Shane is describing, a 3 tech, and he has that ability. He likes a lot of his numbers too. I liked Pickens. In my truth, I probably would have traded up and got Isaiah Foskey. He would have been the guy that I would have got. But if you stayed, I would have taken 2 of these picks and moved up and gotten Foskey. I would have made sure I got that guy. Again, we traded for the Claypool stuff, so we never know what they would have done. But that's what I would have done if I was the GM. After I got Darnell right, I got Foskey, and I kept that 3rd round, top of the 3rd round pick, and I would have done the same thing they did, trade back and get other picks. But I would have made sure I got Foskey on this football team. If I stayed there when they were picking, I wanted Thule or the center from Minnesota.
That would have been my pick at 53. Just looking at it the way I would have drafted the center, because listen, and again, I don't want to pile on top of Tevin Jenkins. Who knows what happens left guard, whatever the plan is. But to me, John Michael Schmitz, I thought he was the clear pick at 53 for me.
That would have been.
He would have solidified. You think about Schmitz, Davis, and Wright along the center and right side of your line, and then potentially Tevin Jenkins at left guard. And no matter what happens, listen, this is another way that we have to think about changing our thought process, because I think people get stuck into the mode of, all right, we covered our bases because we have Carolina's pick next year. Well, listen, unless Carolina or the Chicago Bears are awful next year, this season coming up, I don't give a shit if you have 2 first-rounders or 3 first-rounders, maybe even 4 first-rounders. We're telling you how good Caleb Williams is. There's people that love May from UNC. Why are these teams going to trade off of them if they're going to be just as high? So that's the thing. So the extra first-rounder could be just as much for you to replace Braxton Jones if he fails and he becomes a backup, and then you go get the kid from Penn State at left tackle. So these are the things that we have to think about. Marvin Harrison, yes, absolutely. If he's there, gotta be 100% in play.
The real deal. He's the real deal. Ohio State.
Let's just say that the Bears had the 7th and 8th picks in the first round, and Arizona has the number 1 pick, and Kyler Murray falters. Do you think that they're going to give up the chance to draft Caleb Williams? Of course they're not going to. Mm-hmm. So you're going to have to finish 1 or 2 to get one of those guys in my eyes, unless another team falters, that an elite level team gets some critical injuries and they're not moving off of their quarterback and they finish worst in the league and get the number 1 pick. But I think people fall into this trap to say, oh, fuck it. If Justin falters, we got 2 first, we'll just go get Caleb Williams. It ain't going to be that easy. I'll tell you that right now.
No, this Caleb Williams is a generational quarterback. I'm excited to see how USC does next year. I love college football, and we'll see how that goes. Me and Chris Zorich will be breaking it all down here at TTNL on the Super 16 poll show. Where will USC be in Zorich's preseason rankings? I'm wondering, but I do not see DeMarcus Walker being the edge. I believe he will be your starting 3 tech. Yep. I could see them moving possibly Justin Jones out there.
They flirted with it last year, and he didn't look bad. But that's the thing too, Phil. Another, just to go back to Javon, he was 50+ snaps a game in Florida. He's not going to see that here.
No, you're 100% right.
52, I think it was. I think
as
was
a
the
young
number.
guy, I want to see.
That's a shitload of snaps.
Oh yeah,
for an interior defensive lineman, that's a lot.
They're also. I want to see how they handle him here. Like, if he's in great condition, this kid could, if he does the things that are necessary because God-given ability is there, it's just not there on tape. I don't know what Yurko said about him. Do you know why he likes him so much?
Was his biggest thing is, and he was very critical of people. He goes, unless you've played it, he goes, he said playing in a 2-gap changes your mentality as a player. He goes, yes, I understand.
It is tough.
He said, you lose in aggressiveness. He goes, and I don't give a shit what anybody says. That was his overriding theme, that you get this kid, you take all of the clutter out of his head, you put him in a one gap, and you say, your job is to go.
Yeah.
Your job is to go.
That's what I hope. I really do.
He thinks it's a very big deal that Ryan Poles has the profile of what he wants in his offensive and defensive linemen. Because he's like, if Ryan Poles looked at me, Yurko talking about himself, he goes, he would never draft me. But he's got his guy. He knows exactly what he wants. He's lived through it in Kansas City, and he brought up the same situation up there. But again, we're not going to know until he gets out there. But I just think you go back to what the position coach and what Matt Eberflus said to this kid. I think it's going to be hammered from day one.
They believe in their coaching. You can coach effort. You can coach hustle. You
well,
can't coach the physical traits. So they see the physical traits.
That's what Rod Marinelli.
They're saying they can do
Rod. That was what Rod Marinelli said. He said, "There's things that I can teach you everything that I need to teach you, but you have to have some God-given abilities that I cannot teach you." And that's why
that's the NFL.
Rod is he goes, "What's the number one thing you look at when you're looking at 3-tech?" And he said the broad jump. And if you go and you look at Javon Dexter's broad jump and Pickens is even more impressive. They were
Pickens got him by like an inch or 6 inches. Let me look. 9.2 for Dexter in the broad,
but that would put him around the
Pickens 9.8. Yeah, 9'8". Pickens had a 30.5-inch vert. Dexter had a 31-inch vert.
I'm just grabbing that for you, Claude.
That was like top of the, they were top of the class with that.
Now, listen, there's the human condition as well. There's not many people on this earth that are walking around the size of Javon Dexter. So that advantage is there, to Shane's point. At 310 pounds to jump 31 inches, that's pretty impressive when you look at it from that physical standpoint. That's never been the concern about him. This kid had 18 sacks as a senior in high school. That's what put him on this level. Let's get his high school coach on here. What were you running on defense? Were you running 4-3?
So just real quick, Phil. Zach Pickens' broad jump puts him in the 95th percentile. 95th, which is crazy. Wow. Dexter's broad puts him in the 76th percentile. His 40-yard dash puts him in the 91st percentile for players his size. Vertical jump 72.
310 at 6'6", running 4.88.
Yep.
This tells me want to hear the story, and you can write about it tomorrow and now give me credit. When I look at a guy at 4.88, but his split 10-yard is 1.8, that tells me he has a slow get off, which is showing up where, Ivan? On the tape. We got to get this get off, Ryan Pace. I hear him in my head. He's got great get off.
Wish I had that drop. We don't have that drop no more. I'd play it.
We got to get that, because everything else, and again, I agree with Yurko and every coach out there. My father said it on the show as well as Kramer. Yes, 2 gapping is hard. I don't agree with Yurko that it takes away your aggressiveness. That I don't agree. I think you're placating there. Fucking drive, grab the center. And now you're playing both sides. You can't.
He talked about it
there waiting.
He talked about
combo block
with
down the field.
With him. He said at 100% affected him. He's talking about himself. Yeah, going from a 1 gap to a 2 gap. And he said it is way easier for a player to go from a 2 gap to a 1 gap than it is to go from a 1 gap to a 2 gap and make that adjustment. So he said that was another thing. That was another benefit that was in Dexter's favor.
That is. Listen, Dexter's going to have no excuses because you're going to come in here and your expectation is get your traction. You know what TTNL did tonight, especially you, Shane, just being the guy that you are, and you deserve a hell of a lot of credit for this. And I know I say it all the time and point it out to people, but you brought up this fucking phone call, and the coach says get the track shoes on, but the scout says get ready. You got to get that hustle. Like, we're swinging for the fences in drafting this kid, because if he does put it together, then you got something there. But for me, I'm never going to ever be this surface level bullshit. The tape tells me there's concerns with Dexter, and we will watch it and we'll learn from it. And if Dexter goes out there, I can have 7 blog boy, tough, street thug, Twitter fucks GMs coming at, you said Dexter would suck, but where is he now? And they'll never understand the context of this. They'll just forget it. And that's fine. Shane will fucking destroy them 90% of the time for me. But the reality is, it's a conversation of truth. It's something that you're seeing in the GM. I love the first round pick. Dexter, to me, I would have went Thule from USC all day, because the motor and the explosiveness, and he could play edge, but he also could play 3. They're similar in their versatility. Dexter has more size and height. I don't know. What can you look up Thule's numbers?
Yeah,
that would be interesting. I wonder if he didn't fit, like Courtney was saying, credit to her as well. They love traits. And Shane, I think for 3 years, you've pointed out Ryan Pace prior to polls. And then we start putting a library together of last year's draft picks, polls, RAS score, polls, RAS score. You're seeing the RASs line up. They got to be over a certain level, right? They got to be over a certain level. For me, sometimes you miss out on the Charlie Jones of the world, looking only at RAS or the USC kid, whatever he ran. But you find a Roshan Johnson. I believe Roshan Johnson will fucking be the starting running back for the Bears. I really do.
I said it the second they drafted him, I think. Yeah.
When you were right.
Fairly early on. Yep.
You're right before me. Just looking at this and hearing from my buddy, and also looking at the tape that Ivan's cut up and what we've been watching all off season, I think you can't overlook a guy's pride in wanting to be a part of a team or the alpha, and you're the backup. I think you're about to see a bear hibernating explode. That's the perfect analogy for it.
Yeah,
it really is. He's a hibernating bear.
Well, and they called. I said Grizzlies in the open because I don't know if you saw that. They called them Grizzlies. That's what they were looking for. Grizzly. Yeah. Polls, they dubbed them Grizzlies. They were looking for grizzly bears.
I did not hear that.
Yeah, that's what they call them. They call them, the guys they drafted were, in their eyes, grizzly bears.
Well, I'm disappointed that we didn't get to speak to the.
I'm wondering. I know Alex gave him the right time, but I wonder if he has 11:15, because we gave him a time of 10:15 p.m. East. I'm wondering if he didn't.
Or the other way. Did he think?
I'm wondering if he didn't think maybe 11:15 p.m.
Well, where is he at? What time zone is he in?
Yeah, where is he?
I don't know where he was when Alex hit base with him.
I was sitting here thinking maybe Alex told him.
But he did say at the time, he told Alex, he had limited time because he had a lot of stuff going on.
Like half an hour or something.
Yeah, 30. So he was but like I said, well, if we don't get him on tonight, we'll go back after things settle down after rookie minicamp. And I think people need to don't go out and badmouth this kid, man. It's
please.
You think of the whirlwind of first pick from Kennesaw State.
Told him 9:15 Central. He's just letting you know.
Yep. No. I know, but it's even if you tell them that, sometimes they.
Well, we'll wait for 11:15.
Time.
We'll give him some time. I still got things to say, even though I'm tired as shit. Not gonna lie to you, but I love you fans, and I'm asking you if you haven't subscribed yet. What are you doing? Just subscribe to the YouTube channel. Smash the like button. Do it for the pride. Do it for good energy. Let's start this off season. We've completed the draft. Let's start this off season the right way. Like you're in church, whatever church you are. This is my church. I know that. I've always said that. My dad would get upset with me. I go, but the Bears are my religion. Like I live and die with the Bears. So you know that part in church where they say, peace be with you and also with you. And then everybody shakes each other's hands. I think that's where we got to start this offseason. Like shaking hands. No mother cunts right now. Just all handshakes and passion for this beginning. And then by the time summer hits,
sunshine and rainbows.
No, your pride is there. I'm just saying, let's just be a little nicer to one another in the chat. We don't have to go after Rico.
Hopefully we don't get dinged for this. Do you want to hear Yurko talking about Dexter on the pod?
Will it get dinged? Can we just hear the audio instead of seeing it? Is there a way to just play the audio of it? Last thing I would want is, I don't know how they are with that. I guess because it's so shiny and new.
Yeah, I can't
come aboard.
I mean, we're airing all of their pressers and all of that.
This is the ChicagoBears.com or this is ESPN?
Oh, this is it's
because it's ESPN. I think they might say something.
Yeah,
follow me.
That's fine. Yep.
Can you just play it on your phone, Ivan, to the mic?
I could find
or Shane, do you have it on your phone? Where is it?
Yeah, I have it up here on YouTube. Hold on.
Isn't there a way to like just advert via audio?
I think if Shane just plays it, it'll play off his computer. It should.
Really?
Well,
you could go share screen, audio only. Audio only.
You can do that?
Yeah, there's a button when you go to present.
Well, let me stop the screen. Yeah.
It says share screen. At least I thought they used to.
No.
It says share tab audio.
It's not.
It used to be audio only option.
Can you I don't know if it can. Well, we could put a picture over top of it so you just see the you know what I mean? I guess that would be the workaround. If you follow what I'm saying.
That's it. See, this is not scripted, everybody. We are doing this live.
See what I'm saying? I'm not going to play it yet.
Troubleshooting live.
But here it is. So we do this.
And you do this.
And then, yes.
There you go.
It's coming in. The kid out of Florida, it's coming in. Playing the two-gap system. When you're in a two-gap system, this is the lesson.
Educators here. Educators here.
When
the issue was people on social media were saying he's getting out. Well, not even just social media. We had people on TV as well. He's slow out of his stance. He's getting out of his stance too slow. So educate us on why that's not an issue.
So when you're two-gapping, your initial reaction is side to side.
He is
That's
slow
your
out of
reaction.
his stance.
I'm going to mirror the guy in front of me. I'm going to go to side to side. I'm not going forward.
The producer?
As much.
Oh.
I'm going on an angle side to side depending upon what the center is going to do.
Right.
Or if they put him in an even front, what the guard's going to do. So my job is not to penetrate and to come out of the blocks like Usain Bolt, My job is to come out with kind of feelers out and see which direction this guy's going to go. And then I got to be able to mirror this guy. So 2 gapping is side to side. 1 gap is going forward.
Right.
One gap is coming out of the blocks. This is a 1 gap penetrating defense. I'm sure there was a familiarity with this young man when he was coming out of high school. And he was a 5-star recruit, probably, just like Jalen Carter.
He was above Jalen Carter.
There you go.
Yeah.
And so Jalen Carter goes to a defense where they're playing a penetrating style defense at the University of Georgia, and all his skills come to light.
Yes.
Right? This guy goes to a Florida system where all of a sudden the defense coordinator, I don't know when they came in, whether these were the guys that recruited him, there was a coaching change, there was a philosophy change.
There was a change.
All of a sudden I go from playing a penetrating style defense to a 2-gap system, which is probably no idea. In college, I played a penetrating defense. In high school, penetrating defense. I go to Miami Dolphins. They're playing a 2-gap system.
Yeah.
And I'm reading the screws. My old coach, Dan Sikonovich, your D-line coach down there. Read the screws.
My dad's friend.
Read the screws. I'm like, what
Coach Dan
Sikonovich? What are you talking about? And I look up there, and there's 2 screws in the helmet that are right there.
Yeah.
So he's saying, read the screws. Look at the screws, and the screws will take you where you need to go.
I get it. And that's where Yurko's coming from in regards to this. But again, there's certain things he's leaving out. When you 2-gap, you also have to deliver the blow. You can't be late out of your stance.
Well, yeah, he goes into more
the host. The host is kind of alluding like, where is this coming from? Like, come on, don't do that.
I'm not sure. I don't know Pat the designer, but I'm not sure he's a. I don't think designer. Yeah, Pat the designer. I don't think he's crunching through hours of tape.
No.
Where does this come from?
Nerd alert!
Where does this come from? Oh man. The reality of it.
Here's another interesting thing, just to move off of.
Let's go to the next
Dexter, but go to Tyler Scott and what this may mean moving forward for guys on the current team. And I know teams don't want to talk about, or people don't want to talk about it or even think about it. But end of the day, are they going to pay Claypool? Are they going to pay Mooney? Like I said, it's definitely an interesting debate to talk about.
I think Mooney more than Kmet. 100 out of 100 times my team would pay Mooney. Mooney has given his heart and soul. This is the first time he's been injured. He's not had an injury until now. He plays to the whistle, blocks.
Claude had to go to that fucking game. Fucked it all up.
I know.
But the reality of this for me is Mooney stays. Like, what has Tyler Scott done but be fast? Let's see what he does.
Oh, no. I'm just saying moving
but
forward.
I've seen it a lot.
You guys want to see
I've had a lot of DMs.
Films? Want we put up some film of him right now?
No.
Okay.
Weren't we talking about him? Weren't we just discussing it with Matt Waldman the other day? And Matt was saying he has that clap ability. That he said it in a Matt Waldman way, but that was really funny that I'm going to butcher right now. But he pretty much said that he has this question with his hands.
Sure.
That you get the ball to him and he's always wide open. He does everything else, and then here it is, catch the football, and he can't do it. Like that sounds like a Velus Jones to me.
That's why you get drafted in the 4th round and not in the 2nd, where a lot of people were expecting you to go. That's one of the things. None of these guys are perfect, but I think it is healthy to let everybody understand the way that some of this works sometimes. Now, listen,
Bill has a good question.
The Bears
paid as a 3 or a 2. I believe he's a 2. I believe it's DJ Moore and Darnell Mooney. Those are the top 2. Claypool is an unknown right now. He is whatever. Then St. Brown, how their roster is going to be. I
But
like the pick of Tyler.
But at the same time, Phil,
Go ahead.
they wanted to pay. They tried to pay David. David turned them down, David Montgomery.
Right.
He wasn't a Ryan Poles investment. They believed in the player. And this is going to come back to Khalil Herbert. It's going to come back to Chase Claypool. It's going to come back to Darnell Mooney. But out of those three guys,
talked about Mooney like he
but they talked about David Montgomery the same way. They talked about Roquan Smith the same way.
They talked about Darnell Mooney from jump.
Yeah,
about his work ethic.
But Phil, that's what I'm saying.
You're right.
You can love you can love the work ethic. You can love everything about the guy. You can love Mooney. His blocking ability. I don't think it's a one or the other. I love everything about Darnell Mooney. To me, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm not. This draft to me says Jalen Johnson's gone. Will not be a Bear in 2024.
I don't think he fits, to be honest.
I don't think that they. I've had the feeling that his financial.
I could totally see that.
I think his financial expectations are going to be way out of range of what they are, and we don't know. We've heard Cap come on and say that Mooney wants what, 17 million a year.
Cap, yeah, he had said 15. This guy wants 15 million a year.
That's gonna.
No way.
But these are the things, and you can say that money doesn't matter, and it fucking matters every time, because they're gonna have some big decisions coming up, money wise. And
who's Creighton talking about? He's been an unknown for 3 years.
Mooney. I think he's talking about Mooney.
It's been an unknown.
Unknown.
No,
3 years.
Maybe Claypool. He must be talking about Claypool.
Yeah, must be.
Be clear.
Yeah.
Be clear, because I have no idea what that.
Can't be Mooney.
Especially when you come on, and then Logan has to freaking go watch the 5 episodes of UK Office that exist.
Yeah, it is a big if, Logan, but that's just like saying, well, they drafted a corner, but we understand. I mean, everybody's got to prove themselves, but he's going into a contract year.
Someone sent me some headline like they're working on a new deal now with him. Did you see that?
I don't think they're working on any deal right now with anybody. I think you'll see a deal come on. You'll see a deal in like August during training camp. I'd be a little bit surprised. You guys have heard me talk about it on these airwaves. I get the sense that Jalen, and what do they always talk about? And it went right back to Roquan. Ball production is key. Jalen Johnson has 1 interception.
I agree. I don't see the hype in Jalen. Good cover guy, not great. I thought he'd be a better, more physical tackler. There's a level of pride that I thought he had. He doesn't do it for me this kid.
People want to go back to the Eagles game and say that he played great against A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown also had like 220 yards that game. Let's not forget that part of it.
I also feel like, and this is just my observation when I was going with the team to Dallas, if there was one outlier of the energy vibe, it was Jalen Johnson. Like, he beat to his own drum, and it was all about Jalen.
You look at the Bears, the way that they've done. I mean, Pace drafted Jalen Johnson, but he's a second rounder. Kyler Gordon, second rounder. Jaquan Brisker, second rounder. Tyreek Stevenson, second rounder. Those are large investments there.
Good point.
But now at this point, Darnell Mooney has got to be paid. Chase Claypool is going to be up for contract. Cole Kmet is going to be up for contract. Darnell Mooney up for contract. They're not. So let me ask you,
Anthony. That is a great explanation. I don't think he's bought into this culture, Jalen Johnson. I think he's more of that. I was most concerned with Eddie Jackson. I swear.
Is that
Come
you're
on,
going to
James.
give up? You're going to give up 400 yards, but say, well, Jalen Johnson was on him. He only gave up 200.
200.
I mean,
James Hunter.
It's not how
he's playing Madden here, throwing 400 yards receiver. Come on. And you're totally just projecting that. Oh my God. But if it was humor, it was funny. If it's your real truth, it's ignorance and bliss, as Angelo would say. Pure bliss. Pure bliss. But I'm with you.
But the funny part about it is, Phil, if you take Darnell Mooney, you take Cole Kmet, you take Jalen Johnson, and you take Chase Claypool, all who need deals, Ryan Poles and this staff, this coaching staff in the front office, are mostly invested in Chase Claypool.
No, you're 100% right, because you've traded a second round
right.
pick for him. You lost me Isaiah Foskey for that pick, but
it's just
you're 100% right.
It's an interesting debate. And listen, you can't. The problem is, if you let Jalen Johnson walk, you better make sure these guys are. It's going to be critical this season. But I always hate to, you create a whole.
This could happen, Zane. This totally could happen.
You never know.
Jalen Johnson could be subjected to a trade in camp. That would not surprise me. I don't think I would put my money on Darnell Mooney getting an extension.
I made a prediction back in January that would anybody on this panel be shocked if when do the Bears open camp? It's usually right around my birthday. So let's just say
July
25th. Yeah. So let's just say that date.
Yes.
Camp opens up and there's no Jalen Johnson there. Would anybody be shocked?
No.
It's the same thing that Roquan
They've gotten
did.
rid of big pieces already, so that
it's the same thing that Roquan did.
And you had that issue last year.
Roquan had that
first came in with Jalen. They had the issue with Roquan, and then they had the issue with Jalen as well. Yeah. That kind of was a little more quiet until training camp opened. You're like, oh, Jalen's not running with the ones. Oh, that's weird. Where's Jalen Johnson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about we trade him? How about you make a trade now and get an edge rusher?
What do you think we get for him?
I don't know. I'm just saying. I wouldn't go for draft capital. I would try to find myself a young defensive end.
Well, that's when you call the Commanders who need another corner.
Chase Young.
And you'd say,
listen, if you could do that, that would be great. The Bears have plenty of money.
Oh yeah, it's not a money thing, Phil. But they're not going to listen. Just because you have $100 to spend, and we've all told our kids this, they get $100 bill, they're like, I'm going to spend it. You don't have to spend it all. Right there, you can save some of it for a rainy day. And the Bears are going to have a pretty big financial day coming up if the kid at quarterback hits, and I believe he will. You saw what Jalen Hurts just got paid.
Yeah.
That's a part of all of this. They were talking about resetting the financial clock at quarterback. Don't think that they're not thinking of, all right, so we brought in Terrell Smith, we brought in Tyreek Stevens, so we don't have to pay a fucking corner what Jalen Johnson is going to be expecting to be paid.
I mean, what would you be willing to pay Jalen Johnson? Like what?
I don't even know. I mean,
where would the starting
corners have gotten corner? That's why it's a premium position.
Yeah, someone got crazy money.
Yeah. What is the top paid corner now? Is it Jalen Ramsey who got traded? Who is the top paid corner? Because that's an interesting. something I didn't even think about. Like, where would you rank this guy in the league at corner? Like, for me,
Jair Alexander.
Mm-hmm.
So the Packers, Alexander, what's his contract?
4 year, $84 million.
4 years, $84 million.
20 averages $21 million a year. Denzel Ward is next at 20.1. Jalen Ramsey's at 20. Marlon Humphrey's at 19.5.
So the thing about it is
they're up in the 20s, Shane.
Yeah.
Where's Jalen? He ain't a
Johnson,
$20 million corner.
Well, Denzel Ward was a first rounder. Jalen Ramsey was a high first. And this is the thing. Even you can go back to Roquan Smith. This is the difference. And this is the difference when you're talking to a guy like Darnell Mooney. Darnell Mooney was a 5th round draft pick. He does not have generational wealth as a 5th round draft pick in the NFL.
Exactly.
Darnell Mooney.
Yep.
He has Roquan Smith, for whatever, had top 10 guaranteed money the day that he was drafted. Jalen Ramsey did. Jalen Johnson, 2nd round money. He's got nice money. Is it generational wealth? No. 2nd round draft, it's not generational wealth. I mean, to the level of what you're talking with what these guys are signing for. And if I mean, do I think Jalen's going to settle for 18? Nope, I don't.
He's not in that category, in my opinion. The shoulder, Bear Truth, you're 100% right. The shoulder, he's been prior to the reason why he fell in the draft was the shoulder injury.
They don't have to reach the floor, and they don't have to reach the floor, Creighton, until the opening of the new league year in 2024. It's not even a blip on their radar right now. That's I mean, for them to reach the cash floor, it's extremely easy. They throw out a couple of extensions. They go out and listen. I'll tell you right now, just to kind of pivot a little bit, I wouldn't sign a veteran pass rusher. I would sign 2. I'd bring in an older guy like Justin Houston, who I still think, if you say go after the quarterback, I know he's 34 years old, but you can have him in a veteran mentor role here. And I know he probably wants to play for a contender, but you throw him a couple extra million and come to Chicago. And then you pair him with a guy like Ngakoue, or you pair him with a guy like Frank Clark, who Ryan Poles is used to. And those are your 2 guys. Those are your 2 starters. And then that's pushing Trevis Gibson down into a role that he's probably better suited for. It's pushing Dominique Robinson down into the fastball off the bench. I would sign 2. They have more than enough money to do that.
I like it, Shane.
Give Justin Houston a 1-year deal. Go out and give Frank Clark a 1-year deal and say, guess what, guys? You're going to come to a team. We need pass rushers. We just beefed up the interior of the line. We have great linebackers that we've paid. You guys are going to pay. You're going to be able to showcase so you can hit the market again next year. That's the way that you have to. That's the way that you have to work it with these guys. You're probably going to have to pay a little bit more up front, but who gives a shit right now on a 1-year deal? That's what you do.
Especially on a 1 year.
I like Justin Houston, and I'm not a guy that wants to bring in older guys. I like Justin. I've always been a big fan, and I think he could have a role on this team and probably not cost you what Yannick Ngakoue is looking for. But I would bring in 2.
I would go with Houston and Jadeveon Clowney and have.
I wouldn't be against it. I wouldn't be
Clowney
against it.
To me would
Clowney
be a good fit here, and he'd provide you with run defense. I mean, he's an immense upgrade to what you have, and you never know with someone like that.
The key is if you're looking at New York, if Carl Lawson is let go, then you go get him.
Oh yeah,
all day long.
I feel like he's been in the league for like 40 years.
Carl and he's not even that old. I mean, he's not. What is
craziest thing? Carl Lawson. You got to. I agree with you.
He's 27.
He's 27 years old. God, who was the other Lawson? 49ers. Who was that?
Oh, Manny.
Manny Lawson.
Cleveland. Yeah.
Oh my God. Manny Lawson. What was the other thing? Back to Cole Kmet.
I've seen Bullets put this in the chat like 10 times. He signed with Minnesota like 90 days ago.
Bullets, this was my favorite guy. I thought we would get him right out of free agency. Yeah. We didn't.
He signed a 1-year deal with the Minnesota Vikings.
Shaq Lawson.
Did he go back to Buffalo?
Against it. He's in Buffalo. Yeah, they re-signed him.
Speaking of Shaq Barrett, man, what a tragic story. Oh, can't even imagine what that poor family's going through.
Dude, I can't.
Yeah, losing a
prayers up to them.
Can't imagine walking into a situation like that. I'd be done. Not sure you ever recover from something like that.
If you don't know what Shane's talking about, the Barrett family, Shaq Barrett, who I loved or still love, the player, their 3-year-old daughter drowned.
Almost the same age as my daughter. Yeah, that's why it hit me hard.
Drowned in the pool. Just tragic. Prayers go up.
Sounds like it was one of those. Mom thought she was with dad. Dad thought she was with mom. And anybody that's got a 2, my daughter will be 2 in June, and that you can say that's terrible parenting. That shit is easy to do. Yeah. I mean, Ivan,
it only takes a minute for that to go down.
You turn your head 11 seconds, and they're in a different level of the house.
We were in the mall, and Steph had a fucking anxiety attack calling me. I don't know where he is. My fucking son, Devin, just took off down the mall. I was able to see him because I was with the other son bringing him to the potty. And I saw Devin jogging. I'm like, what the? And Steph, she turned her back for a second. She'll kill me for telling that story. But it totally scared the life out of you.
Yeah,
I told the story, I think, right when I was doing the show in the sunroom the day we first moved here, and I thought the fucking neighbors had kidnapped my kid. Remember? I turned. I was outside with him. I came in with my other son. I went back out. There's no Tate. I'm like, where is he? Yeah. I'm screaming. I'm going down. This is a new neighborhood. I don't know anybody. I don't know where this kid is. His bike's on the ground. He was last playing with these neighbors who look like they, I was totally judging these neighbors too. They have him in his house. They were talking with him. I'm like knocking on their door. They were like, no, you can come in and look. I haven't seen him. I'm like, I was all Sherlock Holmes, Ivan. Nervous wreck. It was the one night Steph was going out with her girlfriends. You know what? Know where he was? He went inside for the first time in his life and took a shower on his own. I'm like, you're in the shower? You didn't hear me screaming for you? Oh my God.
That happened.
I was like dead.
Hila was getting ready to her flight to Prague, and Riley was with her to go visit her parents, and I was at home, and the flight got delayed, so they're buying time and walking around into a couple of the shops, and so Hila was looking at something. She turned around and gone. No Riley. And what he had snuck into you know how they have the clothes on like a circle rack and you can like spin it around. He went into it so you couldn't really see him. But, you know, when you're in JFK airport, it gets pretty intense in there at times. And she was 11 minutes looking for him. And he could hear her screaming, but he just thought he was being, you know,
smart ass,
little badass. And yeah, they're never going to find me in here.
In the clothes racks.
She's like, I thought about calling you. She's like, I was flipping the fuck out and screaming and running around. And then finally, on that 11th minute, then here comes this little asshole popping out of the fucking, welcome to New York City t-shirts. And hard to even be mad at him at that point because you're just so relieved that they're there. But it's just, thoughts and prayers and whatever you do for Shaq Barrett and his family. So tragic for them to be dealing with that over the weekend.
Well, if you guys want to talk a little center, there's a guy, Vincent's been asking this question here. Between Kramer, Whitehair, Patrick, and Dieter, which you're most confident at center?
Most confident with me, I mean, I decided though, because I think there's question marks with all of them. To me, it would be Cody Whitehair. I mean, if you're only
done it
picking
at a
from
Pro
them,
Bowl level. Yeah. So again, I look at this question, it's very difficult to be answered because everybody has question marks on them. So the most confident would have to be Whitehair. I believe in Dieter, and people think it's just because
the Bears
we have a friendship.
The Bears must see something in him.
I don't know how you can't when
he's
you watch
survived an entire regime change. And that says something. And listen, guys, if you're going to say that Gervon Dexter is young in his, journey as a player, Dieter not playing, I mean, from South Africa and all of that, it's
rugby.
Yeah, they see something in him. So that's a testament to Dieter. But I mean, if you're going to say who do you have confidence in, and I think that I would have drafted the center. I said to everybody, John Michael Schmitz, I totally get that, but I can see the Bears when there's question marks with Tevin. Nate Davis, yes, you understand, but there's question marks with Braxton Jones. And then there's obviously questions with Darnell Wright. He's a rookie. Having that veteran presence that's played multiple spots on the offensive line. Is Cody perfect? No, he's not perfect. But I can see that would be the Bears' preference to have a veteran guy there backed up by another veteran in Lucas Patrick, who we haven't seen more than a handful of snaps at center.
You think there's a chance, Anthony says, that Cody gets cut if there's an expensive edge available? I think that's
they got plenty of money.
They have $40 million in cap space, so money's not a.
They think he's going to get cut.
I think the way they talk about Cody in that presser, I think he's going to be here.
If Schmitz was drafted, then Cody is a goner. Now
if you made a second round investment in a center,
I would be absolutely fucking stunned if they released Cody. To me, it would be a foolish move to release Cody Whitehair at this point. That it makes no sense.
I'm with you. And plus, hopefully Cody, Cody hasn't been in the best shape over the last course. So hopefully Cody goes into this season with a chip on
He looks like he's lost weight. I did see an updated picture of him. And Tevin Jenkins actually in the
latest Bears.
Yeah.
So did Larry Borum. Larry Borum looked lighter in those pictures.
That's Tevin. That's today.
Look at Slim.
Look at Tev.
Wow.
Big Tev.
Nice.
About 6'9" with that hair.
Is he rocking a mullet?
Is that a mullet or is that someone's hand behind him?
Yeah, that
looks good in a mullet. I like the mullet.
Yeah,
he looks like the kid from fucking the American Idol competition.
It's a guy's forearm behind him. Yeah,
Trey from the Fae.
There's no party in the back there. That's a guy's forearm.
Trey from the Fae. Oh, I've been watching American Idol.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I know, George. I know. One other thing, Cole Kmet, like I was saying, I need a year of seeing him before contract talks begin December, right around Christmas. That's your gift. I don't want to see him getting a fucking extension in August when he's done. And then we're sitting there watching the same. Oh, he's going to improve next year. He's going to watch him next. I want to wait on that. I want to see that. I'm more confident in Darnell Mooney than I am in any of these other options. Any of them.
Yeah, I think they're bringing him back. I think you're way too hard on Cole. Does he have things to work on? Yeah, but I also think it's the position in the NFL that takes the longest to grow into who you are. But there's things that obviously, yeah, you should know well before you get to the NFL. You don't need to jump for every pass. I totally understand that. But Cole just turned 24 years old in March, I believe it was. So I think that I don't think he's going anywhere. I think he's definitely getting re-signed. I think you could take that to the bank, 100%. Cole Kmet's getting extended.
Who's your favorite undrafted free agent?
I was excited to see them bring in Badgett. I see some things there. Obviously, there's no perfect prospect. But he's got some arm talent. He can get outside the pocket and he can move. I know he had some questionable passes at the Senior Bowl, but I just like the Bears bringing in guys with something in that position. Like last year, they brought in, Jesus, I hadn't even heard of the school of the quarterback that they brought in last year. It was like a Division III guy or something like that they brought in for rookie minicamp, and it ended up being an issue because he couldn't even throw the football or whatever. But I like keeping these guys in the pipeline. Is he a guy that you're gonna have to worry about getting poached off of your practice squad? No, I don't think so, because if you get poached off the practice squad, then you're on somebody's active roster. I don't think he's there yet, but where is the downside in them bringing in a quarterback and keeping him in the system? I mean, if Philadelphia can draft, they took a chance on Carson Strong last year. They fucking drafted Tanner McKee this year, Phil. He was a guy that I know that you liked.
Mm-hmm.
Keep these guys in here. If they don't work out, put them on the practice squad and let them grow and stick with them for a year. And if they're not ascending, then you move off of them, and it's no harm, no foul. But to me, I would have a quarterback on my practice squad, maybe even two of them. To me, it just makes sense.
I'm with you. I'm excited about him. I think you always have to draft a quarterback. The Bears did not. I'm excited to see him. Obviously, the kid from USC, the left tackle that the Bears signed.
The kid from the big boy from Pitt also is interesting.
The big boy from Pitt. I have a bit of a connection to the USC kid, somebody I really believe in, and he has told me, Phil, this kid is going to go into camp battling. So, and I'm excited to see that. What about the kicker, Shane, from Syracuse? Since you were at those.
Schmidt, yeah, he's the all-time leading kicker in Syracuse history. I mean,
Did he impress you at all? Did he miss?
Yeah, he's definitely interesting. I think he's got some upside to him. I know he missed a couple in the dome that made me want to rip my fucking hair out, but no, I don't mind him. Listen, it's another guy. I think people are way too fucking hard on Cairo Santos, and I really do. And I understand the extra points, and that part of it sucked. And you can do a whole lot worse than Cairo. And I know people are still stuck on the Robbie Gould thing, but listen, to me, it looks like
Is he a free agent?
He's a free agent.
Yeah, he's a free
40 or 41 years old, and he's very much involved in this ESPN 1000, is the new home of the Bears stuff too. So I don't know if he's completely ready to transition into that world. That looks like where it's probably going for him after football. But I'm not in on the bring Robbie home stuff.
I don't know. He's a Bear at heart. You remember that clip when they beat the Packers and he goes,
"Oh yeah, no, I get it."
Packers.
Yeah, you gotta love
that. Was fucking great.
But what is he? 42? 42 years old.
Holy shit.
Yeah, he's 40 or 41. Yeah, I believe.
Wow.
Yeah.
Bobby Haskins is from USC, offensive lineman.
One of the dumber comments I've read tonight.
Kid from
Santos. No part of Cairo Santos sucks. Go look at it. Just go look at his fucking numbers, Logan. It's ridiculous. The dumb comment.
I think Logan's just poking the bear. Yeah, I don't think he's serious.
I'm excited to see
No pun intended.
DeAnthony Jones from Houston. He got a mini camp invite, but a friend of mine that coaches out there thinks that this kid is something special. We'll see if he gets offered back. The defensive end, Jalen Harris from Arizona, has length.
Sean Harris's son.
Is it?
Yes.
Former Bear linebacker Sean
Number
Harris.
55. Yeah.
That guy was thicker than freaking chocolate mousse when he came out of Arizona. He was I was like, this dude's going to just level people. It's just so slick and skinny in a hole.
Yeah.
Surprised you didn't play that for Courtney. Knowing these two.
I ain't going there.
I knew. Who did the Sega
I played it
drop?
What's that?
Who did the Sega drop?
I put it in there. I don't know.
It's so funny. I didn't notice that Ivan put it in there.
Great job.
While she's talking, I did one of these and I was clipping it and pulling it from YouTube, and I went to upload it. I'm like, fuck, Ivan already did it.
Ivan's ahead of
I was waiting. I was trying to wait till the end of the interview. But
who pressed it?
I did.
Oh, it was you.
It. Yeah.
That was good timing.
Yeah.
Should have given Ivan all the credit. That was perfect timing. I was right, by the way, because I saw somebody. She's got the enunciation right, Phil. I'm like, I played that shit so many times.
That's how she says
Sega.
What did she call it again?
Sega.
Yeah.
We got to pull that clip and just make it a drop.
We'll have to.
Sega.
We'll have
How
to
did she
send her.
say it? It's so
Sega.
Can we put the two together? Because I can't even say it like she said it. Your brain is
it's Sega, but she said it's Sega.
Sega. Yeah.
Sega.
Sega.
It's Sega, but she goes Sega.
Yeah. Our next intro for her. Yeah. It has to have that in it.
Sega.
With her saying it, and then she comes in on Sega.
Yeah, we can do that.
Don't let me forget that, Ivan, because that's gold.
I got you.
Oh my God! If you're just tuning in and you were expecting, like all of us, Alex Acevedo, the Travis Bell interview, for some reason Travis wasn't available tonight. To make
Still
it on
partying at Kennesaw.
Must be something with defensive tackles and the Bears defensive tackles. Remember, Tommy Harris did the same thing.
Well,
back in the day.
Yeah, he did. That's right. Tommy Harris ghosted us. Well, last thing, and then we'll wrap it up. Travis Bell, though, does have some serious good traits. There's a great personality. If you didn't hear it, let's listen to the GM talking about Travis Bell.
Travis Bell, this is probably one of my favorite human beings. He is a special person. I didn't want him to leave after his 30 visit, and he didn't want to leave either. There's something different about this guy. He is passionate about the game. You know, when you talk about having a full-time job during the season and showing up to the locker room in your clothes with your ID badge and your little knife, you know, from his job, that tells you what the game means to him. He's working, and football and practice is recess to him, and those are the guys that we want. And he plays hard. His film, he goes sideline to sideline, like you said. That is not a lie, and it stands out on tape. I love the intensity that he plays with, and again, that's going to make us better. You know, coming out of high school, the guy played D-line, running back, linebacker, fullback, everything. You can see that in the way that he moves. And then he was like, I'm at these training facilities with these Power 5 guys. They have no idea how good they got it. There's just something about him. There's something special about the human being, the energy that he has, and the passion for the game. You can just tell just a good person that you want around.
There it was. I was hoping to play it for him there. I mean, to see a GM talk about a 7th-round football player the way he did on Travis Bell is exciting, and I'm looking forward to breaking down his tape for the patrons, and hopefully we can reset this interview and have Travis on the show with us. So unfortunately it didn't happen tonight, Shane.
Yeah,
do you blame Alex Acevedo or?
Of course. I'm sure Jackal was involved.
Definitely Bratcher.
Yeah, Bratcher.
You might be playing bingo with Bratcher.
Where is the bingo thing, Claudio? You're supposed to. We have to get that next show. Man.
Find it.
Did anybody check on Bratcher's menu? See what he ate for dinner tonight?
Could someone?
I'm looking right now.
I fucked your mom.
What did Alan eat?
What did Alan eat?
Oh my fucking God. Your lunch with Larry.
Lunch with Larry.
No,
Lunch
there's
with Larry.
No dinner update.
No dinner update.
No.
Let's check on all our guys. Is there any updates on Christopher Jackal?
No, he's so stoked for the Kentucky Derby this weekend. Let's get it.
You can only imagine the smells coming out of that thing, but only imagine the smells coming out of that thing, but
Jackal better do some shit. Jackal better do some shit. Jackal don't do shit.
There he is.
Love that beat.
Loves that beat. Loves the song. Listen, we waited, we were hoping, but we had such a great conversation with the great Courtney Cronin of ESPN tonight.
We do have some breaking Chicago Bears news for real.
Oh, shit.
Really? Bullets is predicted.
Bears running back Deontay Foreman has changed jersey numbers.
Really?
He's switching from number 29, where Tyreek Stevenson is now number 29, and Deontay Foreman sliding into number 21.
21?
Yeah. I was hoping Stevenson was going to take the 21 and Deontay could stay with 29. That was good. I'm not a big fan of, but one thing as excited as I am about Roshan, I am not a big fan of number 30 at running back.
Really?
Yeah, not a fan.
All-Star? Was it All-Star 30?
No, Terrell Davis.
No. Terrell Davis.
Terrell Davis. Yeah. Who else wore number 30?
All-Star was 30-something, though.
40.
Oh, he's 40. That's right, 40. Yeah.
Who else wore number 30? Antonio Carter, fullback.
Yeah. But are you a fan of number 30 on the running back? Nah. I don't know why.
It doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah. I do love Noah Sewell. I was that number 44 on the linebackers. Great look.
Noah's 30. I wouldn't.
We're talking about running back, Corn.
Jake's got to take a lap. 39 is like the worst number.
That's a fullback. That's not
Curtis Enos wore 39, right?
Yeah, and then he switched. Then he tore his knee up and switched to 44 and dropped like 30 pounds. That's when he was all batshit crazy when he came back.
39 is my least favorite number.
Yeah, I'm not
like I can't.
No, Jack.
39, no. 44, yes. Oh, Todd Gurley, the Tribe. Todd Gurley wore number 30.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's a good one, too. Yep, Jeremy Lincoln, 39, looked awful.
On green.
So do you want, I mean, I know we all know it, but just the rookie numbers, Darnell Wright came in at number 58. Kendall Williamson, number 36. Tyreek Stevenson, 29. Terrell Smith, 32. Noah Sewell, 44. Tyler Scott, 13. Zach Pickens, number 96. Roshan Johnson, number 30. Jervon Dexter, number 98. Travis Bell, number 73.
And what's DJ Moore having?
Number two.
Two, right? Okay.
Number
2. Yeah, Cairo gave him number 2, and Cairo Santos is now number 8.
Did you guys say Steven Jackson for 39 for the running backs? Was Steven Jackson 39?
Oh, we didn't talk about that.
No, I was just thinking before. It popped in my head, but
39. Yep, Steven Jackson's probably the only running back I ever know that wore number 39. Is there any other running back that wore 39 that you could think of?
Going crazy with this, yeah.
I remember Tim Worley wore 38, and me and Mr. Hendricks are on together there. Oh, Brian Mitchell wore number 30. There's another good one. Good one, Axeman. Probably can play a fucking guitar, I'll tell you that. The Axeman. 30. Least favorite number. Put it in the YouTube comments. For me, it's always been number 39.
Yeah. I've never been a big 45 fan.
That's an ugly number too.
It is, yeah.
It really is. Craig Ironhead Hayward. Ironhead Hayward wore 45 for the Bears. 45 is an ugly jersey number, man. That's a battle. 39 and 45.
Yeah.
Other than that, I think I like everything else. 19 could be ugly sometimes.
I don't mind 19, but like really any number in the 40s other than 44, never really been a huge fan of on jerseys.
Any other number than 44 is your favorite? If you were to pick a jersey you were going to play tight end, you'd wear 44.
Oh yeah, I'd take 44. I'd be fine with that. Yeah. I remember growing up, I like if you were creating a player, like when I was young on Madden, I would always make, if I created a wide receiver, I'd always make him number 88 back in the day. Always.
That was your number?
Always. Yeah.
Yeah. I loved Marcus Robinson just because of 80.
Yeah. But did you see like Forbes, the corner that went to Washington? He took number 13.
Did he?
Yeah, the cornerback. Yep.
Yeah, 49 is also an ugly number.
No, quit shitting all over Ty Halleck.
19, 49, 30.
You remember Ty Halleck?
59, it improves. 89, it improves. 69's obviously an improvement. 79, I'm sorry, Big Steve.
Just remember Henry Melton, number 69.
Yeah, hell yeah. Love Henry Melton. Get him on the show, Ivan. Henry Melton. Reach out to him. Where's Bratcher? B59.
B52.
Yeah. Those are B's. Come on. You don't know your bingo?
I'm sorry.
B's goes from 1 to 15.
G.
13.
What would be a G? What would be a
G's 49 to 60.
So 69 to the O's.
I have no fucking clue what the actual. I didn't even know that was a fucking thing.
You got to shout out 97. That's right.
Yeah.
Love this show. And I love the way that all the Bears podcasts are coming together. There you go. We're coming together. Big Kyle Fitz fan. Kyle Fitz,
Kylie
49.
Fitz, yeah.
Remember him? I had a little hope for him that he would show up.
Yep.
Nope. Tariq Cohen, you miss him at number 29?
No.
Nope.
What was Barry Bananas Foster, number 29?
Yeah, there was a rumor going around that Darnell Mooney was going to switch to
really
0. Yeah,
to 0 for real.
Yeah, because
Claudio,
he wanted to fall in line.
Claudio.
He wanted to fall in line with Justin
like
and
this now.
You want to fall in line
0,
with Justin
1,
and DJ Moore, so it'll be 0, 1, 2.
Oh
yeah.
Unretired number 3. That's a great number. All right, we've done it all. 29 isn't that bad of a number.
No,
it's 39. That starts getting ugly. 49. Ugly.
Never a fan of 57 for a linebacker either. No.
I like 50
for a linebacker. I didn't mind it on the offensive line for like Olin, but yeah, even Roquan 58, and I was never a big fan of 58 on the linebacker. Yep.
I loved Wilbur Marshall wearing 58. Oh my God. Fucking killer. 58. John Bostic.
He came out hot. Do you remember his first game against Carolina in the preseason? He had a pick 6.
Now we're just talking. Now we're just talking with you guys. That being said, hopefully Alex or myself or Shane can get in contact with Travis and reset this interview up, and
we'll get him back. Yeah,
Bears fans can get to know the guy. Even Courtney was excited to hear him on this show.
Instead, we made fun of her saying Sega.
Courtney's texting me like, "What the? Where is he? I don't know. I don't know where he's at. Where is the music? The short, condensed version." As my eyes begin to tire.
There's Mike Florio is putting out there that the NFL draft needs to expand to another round or 2 to clean up the UDFA process.
I wouldn't mind that, to be honest. I just wish they would go fast. I hate the broadcast waiting.
I want all of the horse and pony show gone and just the picks. That's fine. It's never going to change, but
I totally agree.
They want the ratings. They get the ratings.
Hold on. Hold up.
Breaking news.
News.
Who's this guy?
For the people that hung on.
The people that hung on. Courtney's happy. Let's bring this guy out.
Says a lot about this dude. He's like, fuck that. I'm getting on there.
Just because NFL draft experts don't have a guy atop their ranking doesn't mean there isn't talent still to be found throughout the draft. This guy exemplifies just that. This former Owl from Kennesaw State played in 54 career games, tallied 124 tackles, 11 sacks, and 24 and a half tackles for loss. And most importantly, once Bears GM Ryan Poles had him in Hallis Hall, he didn't want him to leave.
Hold up.
Please stay.
Bears fans, TTNL fans,
never lies.
Let's give it up for the newest Chicago Bears defensive tackle, the 218th overall selection in the 2023 NFL Draft. He's Travis Bell.
There he is.
How you guys doing, man?
How are you? Travis?
Man, I had a long day, man. I'm just trying to get used to this, man. I'm sorry.
all
man.
good.
Supposed to been on here a little earlier, guys. I'm sorry, man.
That's all good. Hey, just like draft day was worth the wait, so is this, Travis. Right?
Everybody's been waiting. Where's Travis? And we listen. All I know is he got drafted. He's probably worked out. Maybe something popped up, but you are here now. We were about to wrap up, and then all of a sudden I hear a boop, and I see these big eyes like Mike Singletary looking over the line, and there he is. And now we get you on the show. We produced the intro for you, and I gotta lead off by saying this. When you hear a GM, and we already played it for the fans, but we'll play it again, talk about you as a 7th round pick, the way Ryan Poles going through his first draft spoke about you, the impression you left on him. What was the impression you took away from Ryan Poles, the GM of the Chicago Bears?
Honestly, man, I didn't know what to expect going in there. I just wanted to be myself, and just make them understand me as much as I possibly can. And just talking to those guys, man, the conversation we had was great, and the love was just authentic. So I just walked out like, man, I really, this place is great, and don't want to leave. And he felt the same way. He gave me a pat on the back and said, "We might have to bump you up a few rounds, man." And I was like, "Yeah, this talk went really well." But I didn't know if he was joking or not. So, I didn't know what to expect, man. I just was happy to have that experience under my belt,
So Travis, take us back to draft day when I know you said you're sitting there with your girlfriend, and we covered it from pick 1 to pick 259.
Mm-hmm.
So we were right there. But man, when you're sitting there with your girlfriend and that phone rings, do you tense up, or you're just like, holy shit, I hope somebody's not pranking me?
Yeah, that's exactly what it was, man. My heart dropped. I'm talking about, I ain't know what to do, man. I was just on the phone with my agent, and he was telling me, yeah, it's a lot of teams that I already called and signed to offer you, right after the draft. So I was like, man, I might as well cut the TV off now. That was literally at the end of the 6th round. So I just wanted the opportunity. Didn't care how it came, but when I got that call from the Bears, that was something special, because we did have a great talk. The conversation was great. My time there was overall, fantastic. Everybody I talked to, it felt like I've been there before, like I was already around, so it was amazing feeling.
Was your girlfriend saying, "Where are we going? Where are we going?"
Actually, man, my girlfriend went to the store, and when she came back, I literally, when that number popped up on my phone, man, I turned every TV off, every light off. I'm talking about. So she came in the house and she was like, "Why is it dark? Why is the TV off? I thought we was watching the." And she seen me on the phone, and she literally just bust out crying. And so it was a major moment, man, because she played a big part in this too as well. Like, she sacrificed a lot as well, man. So,
listen, to hear again, I'm going back to this, a GM talk about you. You left an impression on him, but let's keep it 100 like the show. Your tape and the player that you are obviously gives the benefit. The check in the box is the meeting and the personality that you fit this culture. But your love of the game of football, talk about that, and how the GM talks about your high school. You played all these positions. Then you get to Kennesaw State, and you're working a job as you're playing. You're not getting the NIL money. You're going out there. A, where were you working? Everyone wants to know that. And B, what was it like to juggle that and play that love of football? Is not a question for you, is it?
No, not a question, man. I'm gonna answer, and I'm gonna answer in order. I worked at R Ventures Medical, man. It's a medical supply chain company. I literally, wake up early in the morning, go work out, come home, change clothes, go to work, hop in the truck, grab my my clipboard and see what the job is for the day, and I'm heading out, and I go pick up medical equipment, bring it back, store it. I did a lot of different things. I worked in the warehouse. It was a lot to do there, and the company was ran by it was a family owned company, and they just showed so much love, man. It was more than just a job for me. They was like family. They actually helped me through this process, the 2 months of training for pro day and everything. So, man, I owe them the world, man, because, they was real flexible with me. I literally, be there a few hours, do a job, leave. On my break, I go to, class, come back, and then leave out for practice, and I just go to practice in full gear. I'm talking shirt tucked in, everything, man. Sitting down, ready for meetings in the front, looking dead in my coach's eyes. I'm locked in. But I love the game so much, man. It didn't matter at that point. I didn't think about it like that until I got around. Until I was training for pro day, and everybody I trained with was big time guys. They played at big schools like Washington, Missouri, and those guys were, I don't want to put their business out there like that, but they was getting NIL money, they was getting all this, and they literally, I don't know if it was the agent or what, but that some of them were getting into it with their agent, man, because they weren't properly funded. They had to work a job, and I'm sitting there laughing like, man, I did this for 2 years, man.
Exactly.
It was something that that was just normal to me. So I was like, wow, that's crazy. But it was experience I don't regret, and I wouldn't change for the world, man. I'm glad I went through that. I grew a lot. I struggled when I first got there. I honestly thought, college wasn't for me, man. That was my main thing. I was like, man, this might not be for me, but I adjusted because I love the game so much, and now I'm here, man. So
look at that. Amazing.
So when that phone rings, Travis, what is are you just,
I was crying.
Are you hearing anything that's being said to you at all, or?
A little bit. Emotions was high, man. Everything I've been through was just flashing in my head, man. And I'm not a social media guy, as y'all can see. I don't post a lot. Everything is, my page is old, and you can tell I stepped away from social media, and I really focus on just perfecting my craft, and focus on football and school. And my mom, she had me at an older age.
Mm-hmm.
And my mom is a single mother. We've been through a lot, man. And when I say a lot, and I don't want to sit and make up no excuses. I don't want no sympathy. I just want to let you guys know that, I worked for this. It wasn't given. I didn't just go in and we had a great conversation. He loved me. It's film behind it. That film
exactly
there, but it's film behind it. And it might not be against the top guys, but the same thing y'all seen on tape this year, I've been doing that for years. You feel me? So it's just, I just felt like it was my time. I prayed for this. I get on my knees every night. Every morning I wake up and I just put my head down. I stay humble and I go to work. So that's just about it, man. So when I got that call, emotions was flowing high, and I was getting a lot of love, and it was just a great feeling, man.
You deserve it. And I'm getting goosebumps just listening to you talk, because listen, to get to the NFL, the odds of that are 1 in a million. 1 in a million. To hear your story and to leave the impression that you did on the GM and the Chicago Bears, the charter franchise. Let me just tell you this. To watch your tape, I've been waiting to say this to the fans, like, this is a 3-tech. This is a guy that's going to explode off every snap, no matter how or when, where, what. And thank you, by the way, for sending me your game tape so I can cut it up. And obviously fans saw it in your highlight, and I'll DM you what we produced, the intro. We'll play it again because emotions were high for us when we got you on the show because we're so excited. But
when you walk back in that warehouse for work, you play that intro, Travis.
Yes.
let them know let them know.
I'm old enough to remember, and I don't think you are, but I want you. This is who I thought of. John Randall was undrafted. He's too small. He's from a small school, Texas A&I. And he goes into Minnesota and goes to the Hall of Fame because he had this right here.
Exactly.
The heart of a freaking grizzly bear, just ready to pounce. Your tape shows me that. There's a bubble screen. I put it in the thing, his intro, because I was just sitting there mesmerized by it, where you recognize screen and you just freaking run out there like you're a will linebacker running 4-4 and just destroy the bubble screen. And like every play, your hustle and your hand placement, I could see why they love you. And the personality, I just am excited to have you on the show. And I think Bears fans and you need to know how amazing Bears fans are going to embrace you. Like we reached out to you, Alex Acevedo, me on my Instagram, and you responded right away. I'm like, I got to get this guy on the show. First guy ever drafted from Kennesaw State. What does that feel like?
Honestly, man, words can't explain how they feel, man. I honestly feel like I don't want to say that, but you know, everywhere I go in Kennesaw, man, I'm noticing, and it's different for me now. So that's big, but I'm past that. You know, I'm the type of guy to just move on. Now it's time to prove myself because I've been on social media lately for the first time in a while, and I see a lot of people just talking down and just not speaking too highly of me, and that's kind of why I don't get into social media, because things like that, and people can get caught up in that and they can lose track of, the main goal.
Yeah.
So I'm just thankful and blessed to be the first one, but I know it's going to be a lot more. I just opened up the door. I got hundreds and hundreds of people telling me I motivate them and they're going to be the next one to go and things like that. So that's why I really do it, to let those guys, like, it don't matter where you at. You can go play. If you can play ball, you're going to get noticed. And that's what they told me. That's what every team I talked to told me. And to remind you, the Bears wasn't the only team that, was interested in me. I talked to every team. And to be honest, man, I'm a loyal guy. Like my last year, I could have left and did big things at big places, but I decided to stay,
Wow.
So that's where I felt home at. They helped me grow. Why would I leave somebody that helped me grow,
Yep.
And
that's a lot.
That's how I felt, and that's how I approached the game. And I'm a technician, and I play with my heart on my sleeve, So it don't get no better than that. And I've been playing the same position for 5 years. In high school, I played every position. We had a guy, and on our team. He was like a 4-star, 5-star. He brought every team you can think of through our high school, and they always seen me pop out on his tape. And I come down, they'll ask to bring me down, and once they see me, they say, "Wow, can you play linebacker?" And I like, I can, but I've been playing this all my life. This is where I'm comfortable at, So I'm just taking it day by day, man, and I'm learning. They didn't prepare me to talk in front of you guys, like they do at other schools. So I'm learning. So
talking in front of us is the easiest thing. And you are going to only get positive on this show from these fans all 448. And there was more waiting for you earlier. And I was just so excited about you because you are the story, that Rocky Balboa of college football. Your tape is the truth. That's what this network stands for. The Tape Never Lies Network. And you earned it, my friend. And loyalty, drive, you fit the hits philosophy. Your motor never ends. Your technique is there. But the reality of the character, I see why Ryan Poles broke away from whatever political or whatever. He just said his truth about you. That's the kind of person the Bears are getting. And I was so, not going to lie, disappointed because I wanted the fans to see you tonight and everybody now. So I'm so ecstatic that you're here. You'll never deal with negativity from this network. In fact, we're going to send you some TTNL swag your way. Yes.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. We're going to make sure you get some TTNL swag here, and welcome to Chicago and the Chicago Bear. We're so excited for you, honestly. And I believe, have you ever seen John Randall? Have you ever seen him play? Because I'm going to send you a link after to the DM on your Instagram. And I go, here's John Randall. He played for the Vikings, and he was a pain in our ass.
Was that the only team he played for?
Yes. I think maybe late in his career, he was with the Seahawks.
Yeah, he did. He went to the Seahawks late. He was an undersized defensive tackle, very, very similar,
my God.
But
dominant.
It's, you can go to the NFL Combine, Travis. You can do all your workouts, and you always hear them. You can't measure heart, and you can't measure want to. And that's your story proves that, man. So, like I said, keep on doing what you're doing. Now you got a big weekend coming up here. Yeah. I know. So what's the when are you leaving for Chicago?
Tomorrow morning.
Wow. So, look at you.
It's going to be probably an uneasy night for you a little bit. A lot of excitement, a lot of just ready to go, huh?
Yeah, it's like that first day of school, man. I got my clothes laid out. I'm ready.
Yeah. I love it. Speaking of having the clothes, so how did they handle that? Now, when they talked to you, so we see you took number 73. Now, did they give you the option to choose, or Tony Medlin say we're going to give you number 73? Is that how that worked?
I actually was just sitting down, man, and my girlfriend was like, "Look," and I was like, "Oh, 73, okay, offensive line number. I don't mind." It is no. Long as I got a number on my back, man.
That's right.
Exactly. And you know what? You can always change your number when you've shown your talent to everybody in Chicago and the NFL. I'm just telling you guys. I'm not hyping this up. This young man does it himself. And by God's will, he's driven himself to this place. Not the easy way. The hard way, working, struggling, probably eating too much fast food at some point and saying, you know what, I got to work out through it, whatever I can get. And you did what you did because you love the game of football. These fans are going to love you. And I'm just excited about you, the football player. And I can't wait to show our patrons your tape, because it's the truth right there. It doesn't matter who you line up against. Listen, I played at Hofstra University. They no longer have a football program. They're 1AA. I played with the guys, and 5 of my teammates went on to the NFL. One of them, Wayne Corbett, became a Pro Bowl. He was 5'10", 180 pounds, soaking wet, and went to the NFL, became a 4-time Pro Bowl receiver. He made Keyshawn Johnson's ass work even harder because he worked so hard. He had the heart that you had. And you just love that about people. So your presence in Chicago is necessary. And they keep bringing up when they talk about the Bears, all of our defensive tackles we've signed. You see what I'm saying? They bring up all of them that they drafted because of you, man. You're not somebody to be overlooked. Trust me when I say that. And we're excited about you, as you should be excited. If you're just tuning in, we got new Chicago Bears. How does that sound? Defensive tackle for your Chicago Bears, Travis Bell on the show with us here at the Tape Never Lies Network. Shane, you have another question.
Travis, did you get to talk to Coach Eberflus on that phone call? Did he tell you to get your track shoes ready?
Most deaf. I'm just ready to go to work, man. I'm ready to get down there, prove myself, man.
Yeah. That's one thing you're going to want to remember with Coach Flus. And when he says, get your track shoes ready, he's not shitting. You're going to be ready to go. He's all about, having that on switch permanently turned on. And once you get there, man, you get to minicamp, number 218 overall, none of that shit matters anymore.
Exactly.
None of that shit matters anymore. You're there. You make your stamp, you get your track shoes on, and you ring that bell. It's like a
ding, ding.
It's like Apollo did, just like Apollo did right there. Ring that bell and make an imprint, man. And no, we're rooting for you here. Chicago, listen, there's not a better fan base in the NFL, Travis. And if you go out there, nobody gives a shit where you were drafted, what number, it was. If you go out there and you put in the effort and you show that it matters and you have that never give up attitude, Chicago's going to love you forever, bro. And your journey starts this weekend. And I am so looking forward to it. I'm just as excited as you are to watch your journey, man. I can't wait.
I want to say this too, Travis, a word of advice. Then I want to play what Ryan Poles said about you with you, media, okay? Yeah. And to the media, to all of us fans, because I'll be the first. I cut all this tape on the draft. When your name was called, I keep it 100. I'm keeping it 100. I was like, I don't have anything. I don't know him. I'm not going to pretend. That's why I asked you for your tape today, and that's all I did for 4 hours is just watch your tape and be so excited to talk to you tonight to let you know this. And I want to give you this words of advice real quick. The essence of guys that have been given everything, like the 5-star guys that have gone on in living on the NIL life and whatever, don't let anybody direct you. You direct. You go 100 miles an hour like you did at Kennesaw State, even if everybody else is jogging, because you set the tone. That's what a coach says. There ain't no way I'm cutting that kid. There is no way. You always go 100 miles an hour. The best condition athletes are going to make it. And watching your tape, man, you have the ability and the talent, and you could shock the whole goddamn world with what you were able to do for the Bears. And that's why Ryan Poles said this. Did you hear what he said about you? Did you happen to hear?
You talking about the post conference?
Yes.
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah, I heard it.
Do you want to hear it again?
Yes, I would love to hear it again.
Where is it? Did someone delete it off there?
I didn't.
Jesus, thought I had it up there. I gotta get it again. I think one of the guys might have deleted it. I'm gonna upload it again, Travis. Don't worry.
Okay.
I'm loving to hear it again. But the reality of what you bring to the table as a 3-tech, have they talked to you about position where they want you to play, or have they just said you're playing defensive line and we'll go from there?
We talked about, playing the interior defensive line.
Nothing. Yeah, nothing. I could see you being this 3 tag, just exploding. I can't wait for people to see. But here it is. Ryan Poles talking about this young man, Travis Bell, formerly of Kennesaw State. He's now a Chicago Bear.
Travis Bell, this is probably one of my favorite human beings. He is a special person. I didn't want him to leave after his 30 visit, and he didn't want to leave either. There's something different about this guy. He is passionate about the game. You know, when you talk about having a full-time job during the season and showing up to the locker room in your clothes with your ID badge and your little knife, you know, from his job, that tells you what the game means to him. He's working, and football and practice is recess to him, and those are the guys that we want. And he plays hard. His film, he goes sideline to sideline, like you said. That is not a lie, and it stands out on tape. I love the intensity that he plays with. And again, that's going to make us better. You know, coming out of high school, the guy played D-line, running back, linebacker, fullback, everything. You can see that in the way that he moves. And then he was like, I'm at these training facilities with these Power 5 guys. They have no idea how good they got it. There's just something about him. There's something special about the human being, the energy that he has, and the passion for the game. You can just tell just a good person that you want around.
Wow. Good stuff. Come on, man. I mean, you could see the smile on Ryan Poles talking about you. That's how I feel tonight talking about it. There's something energetically that you bring to the table that we fans were excited to hear the GM talk about. Then to get you on our show tonight, you're just the cherry on top, man. The cherry on top to hear your big energy, knowing your first day is tomorrow. But what did you feel just listening to that?
Man, honestly, it gives me chills, bro. I don't want to get emotional because I'm an emotional guy. You know it or not, man. Real emotional guy. But between the white lines, I'm a nasty guy. But outside the white lines, man, I'm a regular guy, you know?
Yeah.
But man, that's just major, man, because you know, I prayed for this, I manifested this, I visioned this, and ever since I was a little kid, and it happened, man. I remember my high school coach used to tell me like, "Hey, man, listen, don't give up. I know them offers ain't coming. It is what it is, man. Wherever you go, I believe in you, and I won't never forget that conversation." And it's just all, you know, coming full circle for me.
Yeah, and I like what you said there, that it happened, but just keep this mindset. It's just starting for you, Travis.
Exactly.
You're going someplace, man. Like I said, this is your swing, your opportunity that you've been waiting for, and we want to be respectful of your time too, dude, because we know that you got a early morning and a big trip, but man, we want to definitely keep in contact with you and have you back after, you know, things settle down for you a little bit. Maybe bring on your girlfriend. We'll introduce her to the world and see what it's like.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear her experiences with you on draft day and walking into that situation. But we'll
that'll be great, man. That'll be funny, man.
We'll have to get her on the next time. We're gonna have you on again. We don't want to. Shane's 100% right. Keep you. You got a big flight, but we want to. Obviously, I can DM you on Instagram and get your information, and we're gonna send you some TTNL swag. What size are you? What are you looking to wear?
Double X.
Double X? Do you want a t-shirt, or are you looking for a hoodie? What do you want?
I would love a hoodie, man. It's gonna be cold up there. I'm gonna need a hoodie.
Yeah. We'll get you a hoodie.
We're getting you a hoodie, no doubt about it. And listen, I want to keep you for like another 25 minutes. I think this is the Travis Bell energy. As Ryan Poles didn't want you to leave, I don't even want you to leave. But honestly, the journey starts now. And I want to personally say all of the best to you, man. Your story is a triumph. It's an inspiration to many people. Never give up. Ever give up. And if you love something so much, that drive, that passion can take you as far as you said. You manifested this. Use all of the nights you're cutting cardboard boxes and delivering medicine, whatever you're doing. That's your motivation, because you're going to be in a league where everything is football and amazing opportunities are going to come your way, my man. Keep being who you are. Never forget who you are. And please, last thing, thank your mom and your girlfriend. Thank your mom and your girlfriend.
Absolutely.
Because if you have that support, no matter what you're going through, never forget those people are in your corner. Trust me. And all the best to you, Travis.
And here's the best advice you'll get, Travis.
What?
Deep dish pizza is overrated in Chicago.
Don't listen to him.
It's
Don't listen to him,
overrated.
Travis. Don't listen to him. It's delicious. You'll enjoy it.
That's our producer, Ivan. He is in Chicago. Me and Shane are on the East Coast. And you're in Alabama, right?
No, I'm in Kennesaw.
Kennesaw. All right. You're in Kennesaw.
Kennesaw, Georgia.
You're in Georgia. You're on the East Coast with us. So we got to let you go to sleep. If you can sleep. I don't know. What time's your flight?
Is it 10:53? Yeah.
10:53.
10:53, man. Lucky
Southwest Airlines going on that 10, or is it United? I'm sorry. It's definitely United.
Yeah.
Gotta be, because the Bears are sponsored by United. So anyway, anything else? You want to shout anybody out? Anything?
I want to shout out that job that everybody's talking about, man. I want to shout out everybody there. Justin, his mother, my boy Tommy, all the employees, everybody that believed in me. They helped me out, make it through. That helped me make it through this journey as well. So my mom, my girlfriend, of course, my high school D-line coach, my college D-line coach, the whole coaching staff at Kennesaw. Shout out all these people that's watching right now, showing love. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all.
Being in Kennesaw, man, you got to know a certain QB1 in Chicago then, huh? Justin Fields?
Sir. Yes, sir.
You got to go up to him and say, sir, who you are, and I will never touch you in practice.
Yeah. I'm going to be the guy that's getting you the ball back on game day.
Yeah. It's crazy. I was watching them on, I think it was Netflix or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That show he was on and came on my visit, and I'm literally in the locker room with him. So I'm like, wow.
Yeah. Kind of trippy, right?
It is trippy. I can only imagine this young man.
Wait till you meet Larry Mayer.
Oh, Jesus.
Lunch with Larry up there, Chicago.
All the best to you, Travis.
Absolutely.
We're going to set it up again. I'll DM you, get you where you want me to mail that to, and we'll set this up again for when you have free time, because you're going to be busy, but we'll be here for you, supporting you 120% the way you deserve it. Social media is very, very, what would we call it? It's a death trap of stupidity. So when you come on here, that's what we deal with. We have fought against the narratives and the bullshit. That's what we do. And that's why you came on here, because we wanted to let everybody in Chicago and all these amazing fans who you are and how excited we are and how they got to get behind you energetically and support number 73, Travis Bell of your Chicago Bears. You have a great flight, my man. Be safe.
Travels, my man.
Yes, sir. Yes.
All the best.
Don't forget those track shoes.
Get those track shoes. Yes. All the best, man. Have a good
luck,
one,
Travis.
Thanks,
man.
All for having me, man.
Yep.
God
Bear
bless.
down.
Bear down. Travis Bell. So excited. Ivan, we were about to shout out and wrap up.
That was the best shout out ever.
Fucking awesome.
That was awesome.
I mean, listen, this dude is literally got to get up. If his flight's at 10:50, he's got to get up at like 7 something or whatever to get over there. Like, this dude said, you know what? Fuck, I'm going on this show. That says a lot about that.
He had the integrity.
He could have easily just been like, fuck, I'll come on another time.
He had the integrity enough to do that.
Yeah, shout out to that dude.
Right.
I mean, I wish him the best. Hopefully is another John Randall story for us, man. That'd be fucking incredible.
Oh my God,
Tell you
bro.
what, I'm watching that training camp.
Exactly. Ivan's gonna be our man on the scene.
I might have to fly out there and go to a training camp.
You know how
We think we might do that with the kids. Bring them out the camp.
The one thing that made me smile the most talking to Travis was when he said, "Yeah, we're gonna send you some swag." He's like, "For real?" It just, I mean, it was just, it's awesome.
Yeah.
That it matters, and
you can
he's
see
like,
why.
Yeah, you're damn right. I want a hoodie. It gets cold in Chicago. See, he ain't just using it. He's gonna use it with
2 hoodies.
Yeah,
we're gonna get him the stats are for losers and a TTNL hoodie, just like this one right here. We're gonna get him 2.
But no, dude, we were heading into our shout outs, and I say we wrap with that as our walk off. That was the best shout out ever.
Biggest shout out to Travis Bell. What? I mean, Ivan, you and Claudio, you knocked it out. That's exactly the Belldozer. I'm so excited. This network always stands for the truth. You guys killed it tonight. And that was the biggest surprise. All those people that walked out of the stadium against Bears Saints back when Mike Ditka was the coach of the Saints.
Last drive in the fourth quarter.
Exactly. They left and missed Travis Bell on TTNL. It even rhymes, for God's sake.
Yeah.
What a great night. Shane, anything else you want to add? Are we good?
No, man. I don't want to ruin it with words. Just get out of here while the getting's good. Travis, the smile when we talk about what we let off the show with, we're wrapping up the show with. We want the raw emotion
authentic.
Of BHL.
He said it. Authentic.
He said it. Claudio said it. I said it. Courtney Cronin said it. This has been an amazing night of TTNL. You fans, we love you. If you haven't signed up for patronage, do it. Saturday morning, Coach O, myself, and Shane. I don't know if you're going to be there.
I will.
You're working.
I'll let you know.
But my dad will be here in studio with me, breaking down. Javon Dexter, Ivan, will you be there?
Oh, yeah.
Ivan will be there. I think Eric Kramer wants to be there as well.
Phil, could you hear me? This is your dad speaking. Can you hear me?
It will be live. Dexter and Pickens breaking their tape down for everybody.
They'll be looking over their shoulder.
They'll be looking over their
73.
Yeah.
Bro, wait till you see his tape.
Didn't you? In high school or in college, wasn't there always that dude that you're like, where did he come from? He's smaller, but he's relentless. He never gives up. He's a fucking gnat. He's irritating me. That's who Travis needs to be moving forward. He needs to be that dude.
I am so excited about him, man. Honestly. Listen, he sent the tape. He's like, I'm busy, man. I hate to. And then, of course, tonight, the poor kid. But like Claudio said and Ivan said, I know we're wrapping up, but I think it needs to be said. He's like, you know what? I got to get on with these guys. Fuck it. I'm going to go on despite having to get up early. Just says everything. Yeah. I'm tired. I know you're tired, but I can never be tired of the truth. That's what we'll bring here. Thank you all for joining us tonight on the best Bears show and podcast on the planet, Ivan. We got to upload that podcast.
No, we're very economical, my family.
It never gets old. On the Planet, we'll be back next week with another surprise guest and more tape analysis and breakdowns of the draft to get you guys ready for the football season. For Shane, the smartest man Marsaw, Claudio, the barber moderator, and the super producer Ivan Vargas, I'm your guy, Draft Dr. Phil. We'll see you next time here, keeping it 100 on the Tape Never Lies Network. Peace.
P.O.P. hold it down. It's performance over politics. Performance over politics. Performance over politics. It's P.O.P. Performance over politics. DDP said fuck a cap and arena tricks. We trying to build a dynasty out of heap of shit. McCaskey money rolling in, but that don't mean shit to die-hard fans. No matter where they move the stadium in Chicagoland, you can't escape the aftermath. You can't win no stats and blog boy math. The battle starts in the trenches. You can't fix Nagy's offense with 35 wrenches. Up in the nosebleeds, you smell the play called stenches. The Sledge Fields drop jewels like Osco. Tell the G sell the team wholesale. Costco. Performance over politics. Performance over politics.
P.O.P. Pop that ass and play the best. You can have a ton of stats, but still be winless. Nagy still in this. Millhouse influence. McDonald's is hiring. McCaskey's grimace. Zero accountability. The wise cause regression. Performance is the plaza. The Bears stay at the West End. Guess it. Competition bringing out the best in anything you do but pace Bears faint obsession. Wrong personnel. This team never play the best. Performance over politics, the bare opposite. Virginia still smiling. Millhouse praising culture. George talking leaders, reading script on his Osa. Where the bogus pace? Hiding behind the wise.
Performance over politics.
Performance over politics.
Performance over politics.
Hiding behind the wise.